Yes, Honorable Blackmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a senior man, you told it.
You hear? Okay. Is it coming on?
Mr. Speaker, may I move seat for the purpose of the camera, please?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Have you negotiated with one of your colleagues? Yes, yes, try there. We are having some feedback with the mic, so I'm not sure if this one is going to work, which ensure that all those at the front is working. But we have some feedback problems from since morning. Try it, Honorable Defoe. So this line is a problem. Okay. You want to? Yeah. Yes, Honorable, proceed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the bill for the maintenance of children. I must say I would like to thank the member from La Plaine who very clearly and well articulated the bill that she presented this morning. And I thought after such a thorough presentation and well done presentation, what was left for me to say? However, I don't know if usually members of Parliament have to speak from their heart, but that is where I want to speak, Mr. Speaker, not from my notes. And the member from Viekaras gave a well-deserved articulated rebuttal also on some issues I had coming across the floor when I was a bit confused, so I will not delay any further on that point. And further followed by a social scientist from the senator from Cassie Bruce, again did justice to the rebuttal. So we'll move on. My contribution is one of personal nature that is connected to this bill. First of all, being a victim, I describe myself as a victim of receiving no child maintenance growing up and not having a paternal side. So it was very emotional for me, and I think I have done well, but perhaps I could have done maybe much better if I had that contribution from the other side of my parentage. But nonetheless, I persevered. But I can't say not every child may have the will and determination to do so when they are in such a circumstance. Not patting myself on the back, but I always observe what happens in society, and this is one of my hobbies, I must say, observing the society around me. This bill brings us in conformity with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Children, and if I recall, adopted in 1989, and Dominica signed on in 1990. It may appear to be a long time, but doing the right thing is never too late. So there is no such thing as never too late to do the right thing. So here we have seen a very comprehensive bill after so long coming to Parliament. And it takes time to understand and to come with all of the proper instrument that is required. And from my thorough reading of this bill, I could say that no stone, almost no stone was left unturned. However, bills are usually dynamic and not static. So from time to time, as new realities emerges, we may return to the House to make amendments, and that is fine. Another emotional part or personal aspect I want to bring to this bill. Growing up, I think I have developed a certain sense of humility inside of me. I'm a very empathetic person, and also has graduated towards a high level of generosity. So ever since I was able to earn any sort of meaningful income, quite a significant portion has gone towards the assistance of a lot of people who have suffered from neglect from one parent or the other. So if you notice, I have said one or the other, because usually the connotation is visually dominated by females being affected. But I've had throughout my lifespan having to assist males also who are affected. So it is on both sides of the gender spectrum. And it has taken a lot from me, again, because I say of my generosity, having the empathy towards people and the plight that they go through when they struggle as a single parent. And usually I say to myself that I wish I was born in around 2000, because from this on you had the Labour Party administration coming into power, and a lot has changed for many people who suffered greatly before that. And the member from Cassie Bruce articulated some of these examples this morning: the school fees, the school feeding program, the school books, and the scholarships, and so on. So that has removed some of the pressure from some of the single parents, but not all of it, Mr. Speaker. And so come back to my experience is that it has cost me a lot, and I also would take the opportunity to say that I thank my immediate family now, my wife and so on, for being so understanding of expending so much of our resources on the less fortunate and others. And then often, it comes back to hide me, or it might come back to bite me in my own home, when I say that we cannot afford certain things, but it will come back to say, but you're helping so many people, and that is why you cannot afford. So that is why I'm very, very happy for this bill that is being presented, because I can see relief for me, Mr. Speaker. Very seriously, I can see relief for me, because it's not something, it's something I take very personal. It takes a lot from me, and even more so in my current capacity as a member of parliament for my constituency, that I have devoted even more of my time and resources in addressing these matters. So here, in many times, I have to assist individuals in these areas where we know in our small communities, perhaps we know who the father is or who the mother is, and perhaps they may have a bigger car than us, a bigger house than us, more disposable income than us, because we see them, how they live, but yet still you have to take care of their children, Mr. Speaker. So this bill creates an avenue for that these people will no longer have a free ride, so that now I can concentrate on other aspects of society and have disposable income to support other aspects of society, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, many times in my own personal experience, these people are frowned upon by those members of society, because they say them, so-and-so is your father, so-and-so is your mother, how come you're in that situation? And these children have no power on their own to challenge these parents. And you see there in the Child Maintenance Act, even at a certain age, you can have the right to make your own applications, okay, for child maintenance. And also, but the most critical in this child maintenance part, because is in these 4 parts, is that the system now provides the enabling environment in all aspects. And what I prefer, like earlier on we spoke of definitions. And if you look at the definition of a child in this act, well, it almost leaves no room for no one to escape. Because many times we have children who may be, who are so-called legally adults, 18 years plus, but they may be ill, or they may have mental illness. And because of these issues, that they are shown aside by their immediate families, the mother and their father. So here we can see in definition that these parents cannot escape from their responsibilities, because it says that even if you're 18 and older and you suffer legally these sort of illnesses, that the parent, there is responsibility to take care of you. And also, there are other aspects, as you can see, that speaks of children who may be in school, again, of adult age, because of 18, but they are still undergoing be it secondary or tertiary education. And then here also they have the opportunity to get the support of their parents. So, Mr. Speaker, my main gist was to build my personal experience and to show that if and when this bill is enacted, that it will create an environment for those affected to seek redress, and then these children can have the ample opportunity and resources that will lend towards the development and relieve the social pressure on the states, or for those of us who have empathy, humility, and lots of generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill before this Honorable House.
Yes,
And
Honorable
also assure
Blackmore.
the Honorable Minister that this bill shall be passed into law.
Honorable Blackmore, your mic. Try it again. Yes, try. Yeah, it's on.
Mr. Speaker, I did not see Senator Henderson. To me, she entered there a while ago, but she's missing. And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I was alarmed and taken aback and perplexed to have heard some of the comments she made on the maintenance of children's bill that is currently before this Honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, when we broke for lunch, and I had the occasion to speak with a public servant, a great Dominican, who is working in social affairs or social services, and she said to me, Honorable Blackmore, we have been working on those bills for more than 14 years. Then I realized I was getting real old, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but I know who my father is. I'm sure my children, my future, are my children. And at that stage, I guess she's more than 50 years, more than 40 years. If she's not sure who her father or mother is, or as to whether her mother gave the rightful father, I'm very, very sorry, Mr. Speaker. But she can take refuge and comfort under the Status of Children Bill that we just passed that speaks to the presumption of parentage. But I'll leave that there. Mr. Speaker, I wanted us to go back to what the Honourable Minister who just spoke, the member for 37, said just now, and to just further amplify and to give some currency to what he said. Mr. Speaker, in 2004 thereabout, this government, when the government came into office in 2000, but more specifically in 2004, when we started going for the social transformation of this country, this government was obliged to have done, at that time, certain practical things to elevate the welfare and well-being and preserve the well-being of our children. You heard the Prime Minister quite eloquently made reference to what we have done thus far. But what we're doing now is taking it to a next level, is upgrading our laws, and to say now is the time as parents to play an active role in preserving the welfare and the well-being of your children, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is very important for us to understand and to underscore that. Mr. Speaker, going back to Senator Henderson, I can recall a song from Mighty Peaky in the 80s. It says, I'm not singing it, $80 for Sonia, $80 for Joan. That was in the 80s, when certainly it was a drafting error, in my estimation, to have assigned a maximum, Mr. Speaker. What it did, Mr. Speaker, it prevented the court from to adequately make an order that will give rise to the proper maintenance and sustenance of that child. What we're seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, by assigning a minimum of $75, in other words, that's the lowest the court can go in assigning an order insofar as the maintenance of a child is concerned. Mr. Speaker, you will know that over the years, more so now, we are seeing the rise in inflation and the consequential impact on the cost of living. And when we came to that minimum of $75, it wasn't done arbitrarily. As I've said, that I was involved in all those bills. What we did, it was sent to the Ministry of Social Services. So therefore, there was a certain element of scientific data that had to be collated and to assist in arriving at a reasonable minimum. Looking at the consumer price index, Mr. Speaker, etc., etc. Now, you go see the students, the school children. The syllabus changing every year. The number of books a child has to carry today to go to school. And the cost or the prices of those books, Mr. Speaker, are ridiculously high. Alas, Papa Bondi, $75 a week for a child. There's a situation where you might not be able to afford to do that. But the court, what the law does, is to broaden the abilities of the court, okay, to look at the circumstances of that parent, insofar as your ability is to support that child. So the court will apply the standards that to be applied and to ask a question, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, that is important, and I think that the Senator for a woman, more so, erred in not paying attention to the substantive issues contained therein in the bill that is before this House. This is a very serious matter. And it's them so, I use that word them so, like, it's them so that pointing fingers at the government, you know. So the government not doing anything. Playing politics. I always said that, you know. I had, initially when you came to this honorable House, I had high hopes when I saw the composition of that side, young people. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear some of them, men bet, men fall, Mr. Speaker. So
please interpret.
Yes, you can ask me to elaborate. Yes. Huh? Same year, same color, whatever it means, you understand? Same thing. What is here, Mr. Speaker? What is here? Shive. Shive. Yes, sir, Shive.
Yes.
What is here? Fur. What do I say? Oh, fur. Oh, Mr. Speaker. You know? Okay. So, this is not a joke. She's back now. You cannot come in this honorable House and trivialize such an important matter. Our children have been suffering for too long. And there are people who can afford to support their children. And they're having a good time about it, and the children are suffering. You should be supporting that. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay attention, with your permission, before I wind down, to 5 sections in this bill, which I think that the public need to be properly apprised of. As you heard from the minister who spoke before me, he made reference to section 3, subsection 3. That speaks to the definition of a child. And that is important for us to understand. Under the age of 18, but there are circumstances where a child suffers from mental illness, and that child is not able to reasonably, on a daily basis, to provide for his or herself because of the mental or physical ailment that child may have. That child, because that child is characterized as a vulnerable group, unable to fend for his or herself, is protected and given refuge under this bill. And that is progressive thinking, Mr. Speaker. And we have to commend this bill to this honorable House, not to do what Senator Henderson did. Mr. Speaker, and of course you heard the honorable minister when she brilliantly presented. I must commend her for that. And in circumstances where a child is under 25, but that child is at a vocational school, at a church school, at the university, that child is also provided for. Mr. Speaker, historically, you find that mothers have to carry the brunt of the struggle to raise a child. But Section 4 of this bill places an obligation on both parents, irrespective as to whether the child is in the custody of the parent or not. Both parents, by virtue of Section 4 of this bill, are obligated to provide for the care, sustenance, and maintenance of that child. That is something I think that we as parents must take into consideration, Mr. Speaker. This bill also is far-reaching. Far-reaching. There are some people who may have money hidden. There are some people who may have their pensions. And Section 12 in this bill provides a specific facility, Mr. Speaker, which you call an attachment to that pension or any income that person may have to ensure that an order of the court, insofar as the maintenance of a child is concerned, can be effected, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend all the people who have been involved in the process to ensure that we have a bill that is holistic, looking at all the loopholes, the crevices, the corners, before you ask me to well, I don't know, translate, corners, and to close them, and close them very hard, Mr. Speaker. And I think this government and all the people who have been involved in the process thus far must be commended for that. There's something else which is happening also. That fellows now, maybe in a less of the cases, maybe mothers too, but brothers and sisters, we all know. But most of the time, see my man kick away his head is not fine. The mothers are the ones seeing most of the time. Right? My mother dead, my father is dead, and I was very close to my mother. So I can tell you. All right? So I'm calling all of us to pay attention to Section 25 of this bill. Section 25 of that bill provides the court with a specific power and facility to prevent men from taking off overseas, from going overseas, to evade a court order insofar as the maintenance of a child is concerned. So if you're thinking of taking off after this bill is enacted, and the court has effected an order for you to maintain a child, the court can stop you and put you in the calaboose while you're writing the movement. You belong to the calaboose, nation state. So you want to go overseas and dance, and wool a cow, and you're not supporting your child. Okay? You want to go where? Yes, Creole, because you can understand Creole. What you can really understand now? What you can understand right here? What you really can understand now? Seriously speaking. I don't know why
he said Huleko, he said dance. Yeah. I don't know he translated before.
Huleko, roll yourself. Yeah. Thank you very much, yeah. Yes, thank you. That's okay, I'll leave you alone. Because you're not Henderson, you're not wearing glasses. I know you guys put glasses on your face. Or you come in part of the glasses on, still not seeing good light. Son? Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. There is something now, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. There is something else. If you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. All right? Mr. Speaker, there's another situation before I sit I want to reference. And the Prime Minister referenced that briefly this morning. But I think it needs further amplification. Because it is a constant. The Jazz Festival coming, eh? Yes. And the Jazz Festival is like a beauty contest. Right? All artificially finished, I understood in Dominican. All extension for nails, finished. All different things finished in the country because people are preparing for jazz. That's cool. You can dress nice, feel nice, but you have children to take care of. And I sympathize with the Honorable Minister, member for P7. I know how it feels. I've lived it and I'm going to live it. But I am asking you also, if the court issues an order and say that you must pay X amount of money by way of an order for the maintenance of John Blue, and you use that money by virtue of Section 26 of the Act, or the intended Act, which is now a bill before us. It's called a misapplication of funds. And there is a custodial sentence so imposed by Section 26. If you use that money, if the mother give you the money, because in some cases, in few cases, I have a partner in Kenville, they have 4 children living in the family, it's the father and mother at the same time. But it's the minor, men have to feel the experience sometimes too, to understand what women are going through. But if you get that money from the court, and you use it to go and buy your nice clothes for Jazz Festival, that's hypothetically, the bill is not in effect yet, right? Or Korean Festival coming, let's do Korean Festival coming in October. And the father who has made that money at the court by way of court can prove that that money was misapplied or wrongly used. Instead of taking the money to go towards the maintenance of that child, you take it to buy nice clothes or nice shoes, okay? You can be sent to jail for 3 months or a fine can be imposed of $1,000, Mr. Speaker. It's important for all and sundry to understand all the elements of the bills that we are passing. These bills are far-reaching, they are progressive, and they are consistent with the national reset that we are talking about. Now is the time to do things you can do for yourself. Now is the time to take care of the children if you're so able to do. And we are blocking every crevice, every loophole to ensure that adults who can afford it live up to their responsibility and to ensure that they take care of the children that they themselves by their own action brought to this earth, Mr. Speaker. And it should not be left, therefore, for somebody else to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this measure before this honorable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may proceed?
Yes, you may proceed.
Before I proceed, let me just beg your permission to deliver my presentation from this current seat.
Your permission granted.
All right,
And moving forward, if we are getting challenges with the mic, permission is granted. You don't have to ask because we are getting some technical difficulties. So just move, and since I recognize you, you can proceed. Okay, Honorable Senator.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to fully support this Maintenance of Children Bill of 2023 that has been put before this Honorable House. It is most certainly a privilege to stand here and lend my voice in support of such a critical and timely bill, which will greatly benefit the children and families of this nation. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and pay tribute to the advocates who have paved the way for this important legislation. My grandmother, Speaker Emerita, Honorable Alex Boyd Knight, was a trailblazer in the field of child protection, women, and family-related matters. She is a tested and respected figure who worked tirelessly to protect and improve the lives of our nation's children. It is thanks to individuals like her that we have been able to build upon the progress that has already been made in this area. Mr. Speaker, the Maintenance of Children Act is yet another significant step forward in promoting the well-being of our children and ensuring that they have access to the resources that they need to thrive. It will also help to alleviate some of the financial burdens that single parents often face when trying to raise their children alone. Mr. Speaker, as we debate on this proposed legislation, I would like to take a moment to highlight the long-standing commitment of this government to the care and support to the children of Dominica. While some may suggest that this bill is long overdue, it is important to note that this Dominica Labour Party administration has always been and will continue to be at the forefront of promoting the well-being of our children. Through a wide range of social programs, like our Prime Minister mentioned, inclusive of initiatives to provide school books to children, transportation, uniforms, free healthcare to those who are under the age of 18, our Prime Minister and this government has consistently demonstrated an unwavering dedication to ensuring that our children have the resources and support that they need to succeed. As we move forward with this legislation, let us remember that this government has a proud legacy of caring for our children, Dominica's children. Mr. Speaker, in order to fully understand and appreciate the importance of this bill, it is important to consider the shortcomings of previous legislation regarding child maintenance. The current bill which we are debating aims to address these issues by providing a comprehensive framework for child maintenance. Mr. Speaker, one of these clauses is Section 9, which refers to the interim maintenance order. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical piece of legislation that allows for the court to make a temporary order for maintenance payments while the court case is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that our children will not have to wait for extended periods for maintenance payments to be made, and that parents who are struggling to make ends meet will have access to the financial assistance while the case is being resolved. Mr. Speaker, while I myself may not be a parent just yet, hopefully soon, who knows? But I have friends and I have colleagues who have children, and I understand through them that raising a child can be a difficult and expensive venture or task. More importantly, this administration understands that raising a child can be a difficult and expensive task, and that there are families who struggle to make ends meet. This interim maintenance order is designed to provide support and assistance to those who need it the most and ensure that children are able to grow up in an environment that is safe, that is healthy, and that is stable. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the attachment order. And I know the Honorable Minister for National Security touched on it, but I just want to dive a little bit deeper into this very, very critical piece of legislation. This legislation makes provisions for the court to make an attachment order. Essentially, this order allows for the automatic deduction of child maintenance from the income of the respondent. An attachment order ensures that child maintenance payments are made regularly and on time, which in turn eliminates the possibility of missed or delayed payments, which can cause financial hardship for the child. An attachment order also reduces the burden of collecting child maintenance payments on the applicant. The applicant no longer has to chase the other party for payments to receive the support that they need for the child. This order simplifies the payment process, making it easier and more efficient for both parties, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, this legislation also has provisions for penalties for non-compliance, including holding employers personally liable for the payment should the employer fail to make the deduction in compliance with the attachment order. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this in itself is sending a clear message that this administration is taking child maintenance seriously and will not tolerate parents who neglect their financial obligations towards their children. And this is further strengthened by the enforcement measures stipulated in Clause 27, subsection 2 and 3, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty sure that there are some parents out there who are scratching their head right now saying, oh, look, this gone up, that gone up, now look, child maintenance gone up. And some, the concern arises, after I pay my long money, how can I ensure, my long money in our local parlance, of course, how can I ensure that the monies paid are being appropriately used? What forms of redress are presented in this new bill? Mr. Speaker, this is a bill which places emphasis on this issue. Don't think you can abuse the system. No. This bill provides penalties for those who misapply the funds provided, like our Minister of National Security mentioned. We are dealing with human beings, and we have to be very cognizant of the fact that some parents may be tempted to misuse the funds that they receive. And this is why we have put measures in place to ensure that the money is used for its intended purpose. Any parent who is found to have misapplied these funds will face consequences, including fines and confinement. Mr. Speaker, I take note of the seriousness of this legislation. In fact, I take note of the seriousness of this legislation how it views such a situation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, from my research in looking at the original Maintenance Act, Clause 15 of that act, to be precise, has the fine set at a mere $120 for persons who misapply monies paid by any person in support of the child. This new bill before the Honorable House makes provisions for a fine of $1,000, Mr. Speaker, or imprisonment of 3 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that this is not only historic legislation, but it is fair, it is just, and it is all-encompassing. And it looks at the issue of child maintenance from every aspect. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I wish to emphasize that this legislation is not just about financial support. It is about ensuring that our children grow up in an environment that is safe, that is healthy, and that is loving. I implore all parents to take their responsibilities seriously and fulfill their obligations to their children. Let us not wait for the court to step in and remind us to do what is right. We already know what is expected of us, and it is time to step up and do what is right for the well-being of our children, Dominica's children. Once again, I wholeheartedly support this bill placed before this Honorable House. Thank you, and God bless Dominica.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this one works.
Senator, you can try the one behind. Behind. No, you can't use where Senator Roll is. You use where Senator Paris is. Yeah. Just put it down. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Proceed, Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I got the order paper for today's meeting of the Parliament, just about 7 days ago today, I opened the envelope, and it's quite a thick document, very thick. So I read through the bills, and I was indeed genuinely elated that finally, after over 20 years or more of advocacy and discussion on drafting and redrafting of these 5 OECS family law reform bills, that finally these pieces of legislation were up for discussion and debate and passage in the Parliament. So I continue to look through the envelope, Mr. Speaker, and to my surprise and disappointment, I was expecting, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, a white paper on electoral reform. At the very least, Mr.
Senator, stick to the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
stick.
I just mentioned electoral reform once, and I intend to
Yes,
put one there.
but I'm guiding early so you don't go down that road. Let's stick to the bill.
Yeah, I am, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
I am.
So far the debate is going well. I mean, I've liquid jabs in between on both sides. I'm okay with this. Do not go down that electoral reform road. No. Let's stop that right now. Stick to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, credit must go, when we're speaking about this bill, credit must go to the OECS Commission through their Social Development Unit, the Ministry of Social Services in Dominica. At one point it was called the Ministry of Community Development and Gender Affairs, the Aegis Chambers in Dominica, and indeed the work over many, many years of child advocates like Martin Anthony, who I saw this morning, Gloria Augustus, Rosie Brown, Gemma Azil, among others. And I'm sure they're very happy that after all these years of advocacy and discussion on issues to do with children and the problems of children that we have before us, these pieces of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree. The reforms, the bills that have been proposed are radical, they are far-reaching, and they're very bold. And I believe they must be, the government must be commended, yes, but we must not forget that this is an OECS-wide reform initiative. I just want to make a few brief observations. Much has been said about the minimum amount of money needed, or not already needed, but the minimum amount of money that should be paid to a child of $75. Now, Mr. Speaker, I agree, yes, it's a minimum, it's not a maximum, I do agree. But from my experience, Mr. Speaker, even that amount of $75 in today's Dominica, many people that I know will find it hard to even meet that $300 a month. Very, very difficult, Mr. Speaker. I know people, these men, they're not working. Those who are working, Mr. Speaker, many of them are on incomes even below the minimum wage. I know persons who earn $1,000 a month, $800 a month. And I know that figure of $300 a month would indeed for them, they'll be hard pressed to find that money to fulfill the obligation to their children. And so, Mr. Speaker, while the government has a number of social programs designed to assist the vulnerable, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the ultimate answer to that is to build an economy that will create well-paying jobs, that persons have to rely less on government and more on themselves to meet their financial obligations. Mr. Speaker, it is never good that government, everything is government. That level of social welfare we have here in Dominica is not sustainable. It is clearly not sustainable. And before we find ourselves in difficulties down the road, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, for persons, fathers out there, to meet their commitments, whether they're married in a marital relationship or not, they need to have well-paying jobs so they can honor their obligations. But I do admit, Mr. Speaker, that you have fathers out there who are able to pay to meet the costs of their children's upbringing, but refuse to pay. And although the present law, the law which are about to, the bill before the House, the sanctions are quite strict. I believe I'm suggesting that there are other measures we could take to make it even stiffer. And one of them is, I believe, fathers who do not meet the obligations to their children. What about the possibility of the losing a driver's license temporarily, for example. I think that should be a serious consideration. In some cases, what about losing your gun license for those who have guns? Also, Mr. Speaker, you have situations where there are persons who sell property, they sell land, they sell houses, and yet you find that they actually owe in child maintenance. I think there should be some mechanism to ensure that persons who receive money from the sale of land, sale of house, whatever it is, that before that they receive that money, somehow that the money is owed for child maintenance can be given to the children. Also, Mr. Speaker, there are persons who win the lottery, for example. You might get there's a windfall, or perhaps somebody has died and left property for you. In those instances, Mr. Speaker, I believe that persons, children, the state should use the levers at its disposal to ensure that child maintenance obligations are met by those persons. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very true, as I said earlier, that these pieces of legislation are uncontroversial. Having read through them, having consulted persons who are familiar or more familiar with the issues, I think all of us on this side of the House are in full and undiluted support of the bills before the House, and we have no reservations whatsoever in supporting the bills that are before the House. And of course, we're hoping that, very importantly, you can have bills and you can have laws, but the important thing is implementation. And so I was encouraged to hear at the last press conference of the Prime Minister when he stated that more resources will be made available to ensure that government departments are strengthened so that we can actually see some of the measures and provisions actually implemented, because the key for me and for all of us really is implementation. So this brief intervention, Mr. Speaker, I fully endorse the bill before the House at this time. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Henderson, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think it was necessary to make a contribution on this debate, not because I don't see the significance of it, for after all, it has far-reaching implications that we need to highlight. I felt that my colleagues had done an excellent job, from the presenter, Dr. Williams, the member for La Plaine, who presented, and my colleagues who spoke after, and especially the Minister for Legal Affairs, who himself has been pursuing this, and I want to commend Senator Blackmore for his leadership to ensure that we got to the stage where today we can debate the bill. So I also want to join my colleagues and the Prime Minister in commending those who have provided support. I remember former Minister Dr. Addis King as Minister for Social Services, who was steadfast in ensuring that we push this bill through very painstakingly, and today we are here. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak to a few issues that were raised by Senator Douglas, who for some reason have me reminiscing of the days of the late Ruzi Douglas, not by his articulation, but perhaps by his attire. Very interesting combination of colors, as Ruzi would do. But, Mr. Speaker, in particular, he spoke to the depletion of, he spoke to the issue that there may be fathers or parents against whom a maintenance order exists. And for some reason, maybe depleting their assets, selling property, and the child maintenance is not paid. But I just want to highlight that the bill at section 15 provides for a special mechanism, not precisely what he spoke to, but it provides for a mechanism where the High Court may, on application, make an interim or final order restraining the depletion of a person's property that would impair or defeat the making of a maintenance order. So in other words, if the parent owns property and they intend to go ahead and sell the property and not pay for their child maintenance, the court could make an order to prevent the sale of that property. And it's also important to note that getting back to the minimum amount that is required to be paid weekly, which is $75, as per section, I think it's section 6.5, where the court orders the payment of a weekly sum. The sum shall not be less than $75 weekly. But the important thing is that this is the minimum, and we arrive at this minimum after considering all the factors that you have to consider. A very difficult balancing act, I must say. There are those who prefer perhaps a reference amount, as in some jurisdictions. But I think what the legislation does that strengthens that minimum is the fact that section 7.2 speaks to the other factors to be considered. Notwithstanding, or I should go straight into, the court shall have regard to the following matters in making a maintenance order. So the court can and will, once the matter is before them, consider the income. And I want to speak particularly to the other line after that, or towards earning capacity. I want to highlight that because the income is one thing, but the earning capacity. In other words, you have a man that fair, a guy who refuses to work to his full potential or ability. He has the capacity. The man is a skilled builder or something, and decides to hang around and do some menial jobs where he gets some little money. What this does is that the court will, in its judgment, assess that individual, look at all the factors surrounding the properties they own, whatever else. But what I find about this part is the fact that the court can impose an amount that is higher than what you're earning now, which serves as an incentive for the person against whom the order is made to go and find work, go and make money, go and maintain your children. You enjoy yourself, you made a child, you take the responsibility. And I believe that what we're doing here is something that should not be necessary if people were to take their responsibilities seriously. What we are doing is almost seeking to legislate responsible behavior. That should not be for the parliament to do. People should be responsible enough to take care of their children and not abandon their children and leave them as ward of the state. And then people blame us when we provide for these very same children. I think it is more appropriate, Senator Douglas, to speak to those men and women who have abandoned their children so that the resources of the state can be used for other purposes. Because the pressure that it places on all of us, not just as members of parliament, but individually. And what this bill seeks to do is to bring a certain level of responsibility. So the court will do its own assessment, the financial needs of the child. And I'm very happy for this, because I couldn't believe that there was actually a maximum. So a guy is making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and he pays the same thing as the guy who's cleaning on the side of the road. I mean, there's no greater injustice that your child should not be provided a standard of living that reflects your own income level. And that is what we should be speaking to, the grave injustice that our children have had to face. And what this bill does is not only, and we speak a lot about the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I mean, that is great. But I don't think that is something to boast about. Convention on the Rights of the Child is a great convention. As a matter of fact, I participated in several debates on that at the United Nations, in Geneva. But the fact is, as a nation, we are judged by our ability to take care of the vulnerable, the voiceless, those who are not able to fend for themselves. So what we are doing today, to me, is a great credit to us as a nation, to be responsible, to ensure that we can take the necessary actions to provide for the defenseless, for the children among us. And I'm also very encouraged by the fact that the bill also takes into account, the physical or mental disability of the child. And I have a very good friend in Wavin Banan, and that one cannot be translated. It's a name of a place. I have a good friend in Wavin Banan in Grand Bay. And she has a disabled child. And when she considers, she's getting assistance from welfare, and we thank you for that. But the pressure it places on her, she cannot go to work. She has to stay home to give care to that child. So all of this has to be considered. All of this must be considered when an order for maintenance is given, the condition of the child. That child needs more care than a child who is not so, challenged. So this is very progressive. This legislation is very, very progressive because it really addresses some very serious issues that we've had to grapple with, for decades. The standard of living enjoyed, by the family while the parents and the child resided together. That's another very important part of this. Because you may have, people living together, they have a child together, the child enjoys a certain quality of life because of the income of the parents. And all of a sudden, one parent goes and the child is no longer able to enjoy that standard of living. Perhaps the child is in school, a private school, and you cannot, the child cannot continue because they've separated. All of those factors must be considered, and this is in line with, at least I know, I have done family law in New York and family law in Ontario. This is in line with those more advanced economies where they have very strong family acts. And this, I find, is very, very progressive for a country like ours to take on those actions into conformity. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. This clearly is, as has been said already, a progressive piece of legislation that this government is seeking to introduce today. And just wanted to add on the record, my full endorsement of this bill and make perhaps one or 2 points. Mr. Speaker, as has been articulated by a number of the speakers already in this debate, this is taking us further forward along the road of providing for children from where we are at the current time. The existing provision for payment of child maintenance, as has been said, is pegged at $75 per week per child. That $75 came in 2001. Prior to that, it was $50. So I just say that to give some sort of historical context. And in fact, it shows that we have been at that rate for a very long time, and at that rate as a maximum. This piece of legislation proposes an amendment to make the minimum $75. So what, as I stand here now, is the maximum will, after this bill is passed, become the minimum. So I hear the voices of saying, well, it should be more, it's not enough, etc., etc. But the point is, and the point that needs to be borne in mind, is that this gives the flexibility. So, for example, in the example given by the previous speaker, the member for Granby, where he pointed out quite correctly that people have different means. And what rationale can there be for somebody who's making significant, has significant resources? What rationale can there be for that person to be obligated to pay just, for example, a maximum of $75? With the current provision, the court can take all the circumstances into account, can determine that this is a person who can and should pay a significantly higher sum, and make an order to that effect. In other words, there's no top ceiling. Obviously, one would expect the court to be reasonable in its order, but reasonableness will depend on the particular circumstances. And of course, I would hope that we see a significant improvement in the provision of maintenance for children after the passage of this current bill. It's also noticeable, Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill, which will become Section 4 once the bill is enacted, gives a 14-year-old the opportunity, in the wording of the bill, on his own behalf, to make an application. So that is certainly, I suggest, a radical move. So obviously, the parent has the capacity and is provided the opportunity to make an application. But if you have a child who gets to the age of 14, mother has decided, it's usually the mother, sometimes it's father, but usually it is a mother who is going to court. But you have a child who's 14 and one or other parent is not providing support. That the provision as it is in the bill may not capture the situation or scenario put forward by Senator Douglas, but it may do, depending. The reason I say that, I say may do, is that Clause 12 provides for attachment orders to be made in relation to a person's pension. So someone who has been ordered by the court to maintain their child and is not doing so, an attachment order can be made in respect to that person's pension. But in relation to somebody who doesn't have a pension, or even if they do have a pension, there are other means, it also provides that an attachment order can be made in respect to income. Clause 12, the court may make an attachment order in respect of any pension or income that is capable of being attached. So it may well be that the particular scenario that Senator Douglas put forward, it may be a one-off. So if it's a one-off payment, the chances are that in that circumstance, an attachment order will not be of much help. But somebody who has, for example, an ongoing contract and is not meeting their obligations, then it is possible for an attachment order to be made commanding whoever is making the payments to that person to stop the appropriate amount that would be stated in the attachment order and to pay that over to the court to be paid to the mother or father of the child, as the case may be. And what is also interesting is that in respect of these situations, it really is not closed. So it's any situation in which somebody is receiving income. Once it's able to be identified and it is of a nature that would allow for the time and so on to be able to make an attachment order, then that provides an avenue to force or enforce payment, so to speak. And that is also coupled with Clause 15 that the member for Granby has already referred to. So, Mr. Speaker, all in all, it is very clear that this piece of legislation is taking us further forward from where we are at the moment. It is perhaps long overdue, but as they say, better late than never. What I do hope is that henceforth we will find that this piece of legislation will be pursued with the vigor that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm on my feet, I perhaps should just address this. It's a matter that we will deal with at committee stage. But it was drawn to my attention personally and to other members of the House, the attention of other members of the House, that a bill which is not before the House, so I won't speak on it, other than to say that the maintenance bill, which is on the other paper and will be debated at some point, provides for the repeal of chapter 35, 61. And that's the existing Maintenance Act. And in doing so, an important provision in that act would be no more, but it hasn't been provided for in the Maintenance of Children bill, which is before the House. I believe it should be. I believe it's important. It's a provision, it's section 28 in the existing Maintenance Act, chapter 3561, which provides that where an order for maintenance has been made against a parent under section 4, or a man has been adjudged to be the putative father of a child under section 9, the magistrate may, A, at the time of making the order, or B, upon application by the parent at any time thereafter, make an order granting the parent the right of access to the child on such terms and conditions as the magistrate thinks fit. Well, Mr. Speaker, that, in my humble and respectful submission, is an important provision, because what it does is allows the court, when making an order for payment for the child, to also make an order for the parent who is now having to pay these monies through the court to also be granted access to that child. There are situations where one parent brings the other to court for child maintenance. The court makes the order for payment. The parent is paying, but the parent with custody chooses to continue whatever the challenges they may have between them by denying the paying parent access to the child. This provision, if it is adopted, would mean that the court, in appropriate circumstances, so in other words, where it is appropriate for there to be contact between the paying parent and the child, it would now allow for the court to be able to make an order for that parent to have access, whether it's on a weekday, evenings, weekend, whatever, as the case may be. And the normal process is that the court, in collaboration with the parties, would draw up whatever the contact schedule is. So Mr. Speaker, I think that whilst I was on my feet, I thought it useful to take the opportunity to make reference to that, because it's something that will come up at committee, and I certainly wanted to take the opportunity, whilst we are actually in the course of the debate, to make reference to it so that it could be known to all and sundry, and even those within these walls who may want to speak to that as well would have the opportunity of doing so. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will resume my seat. I give my full endorsement to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, in winding up the debate, it is clear that the majority of members of the House, based on the sentiments expressed and observations, have absolutely no doubt that the incoming law on maintenance of children will be very beneficial to them and their families. I will respectfully but emphatically reject the preposterous recommendations made earlier. I think of the paternity.
Speak closer to the mic.
The paternity.
Yes, too far.
obligatory paternity testing. I'm afraid that this didn't go down too well with us, but I'm sure by now the Honorable Senator realizes the error of that utterance. Children do have entitlements, one of which is to be maintained by both parents. This is abundantly clear in the bill. Maintenance of a child is not left only to a father, but an obligation of both parents. Mr. Speaker, we cannot lose sight of the purpose of the bill, which is to promote children's welfare and best interests and facilitate their development by helping to ensure that appropriate arrangements are in place for their maintenance and care and recognize certain rights of children. Our children are the cornerstone of our nation's development, and we have a sacred duty to protect and nurture them. By passing this bill, we are demonstrating our commitment to our youth, ensuring that they have the necessary resources and support to grow into strong, capable citizens. This bill will augur well for our children's future and set our society on a progressive path towards social stability. I wish to wholeheartedly commend this bill for passage into law.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance of Children Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. The bill shortly entitled Maintenance of Children Act 2023 passed the committee stage with minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance of Children Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Second.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance of Children Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Children Care and Adoption Act 2023.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, one of the 5 bills before the House is the Children Care and Adoption Bill, which went through wide consultation and public education, both locally and regionally, before being put into draft by the legal unit of the OECS Commission and further reviewed by the staff at the Office of the Attorney General. This arose from a need to reform and enact new legislation, thereby to afford better access to justice, and in the case of the Children Care and Adoption Bill, to ensure that our children are properly cared for and protected. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, the government of Dominica recognizes its fundamental role and is fully committed to its responsibility to protect children from abuse and neglect, and to ensure that the safety, welfare, and well-being of every child within our society is prioritized. Government remains committed, Mr. Speaker, to efforts that are ongoing to provide better care to our children. This is supported by the initiatives being undertaken by the Child Abuse Prevention Unit of the Welfare Division, such as ongoing collaboration with the main child protection agencies, parenting programs, educational sessions at schools and community level, radio and other media coverage to address child protection issues, psychological intervention for both victims and families, peer counseling training and sessions, use of posters, flyers, and other paraphernalia for educational purposes, marches and walks to denounce child abuse, and competitions among children so as to express their thoughts and opinions on the issue of child abuse. Mr. Speaker, someone may ask, what is the necessity of coming before the House with this bill? Principally, as indicated, such bill is meant to better protect the many children who are often victims of various forms of abuse, sexual and physical, and also neglect. It is instructive to note, Mr. Speaker, that while a level of protection is provided under the Sexual Offences Act only for those sexually victimized, what about those children, for example, who are physically, emotionally, or psychologically abused as a result of being exposed to domestic violence? What about a few children who are sometimes abandoned or likely to be abandoned, or those who are beyond the control of his or her parent or guardian? This is among the intent and purpose of the bill, that is, providing the necessary care and protection to those children. It is important to note as well, Mr. Speaker, that matters of care and protection of children are at present being dealt with under the Children and Young Persons Act of 1970. I emphasize 1970, which shows that for about 53 years there has not been legislative changes to the Act. Given the foregoing, one would no doubt agree that coming before the House with this bill is indeed necessary and highly justified. The bill, which is presented in 16 parts, also seeks to reform the law relating to adoption and to provide for greater supervision of adoption procedures and for the protection of the welfare of the child. It provides for the establishment of an adoption committee to give more governmental control over the adoption process. The preliminary provisions are contained in clauses 1 to 3. Part 1, Administration of the Act, clauses 4 to 11, provides for the administrative procedures for the effective implementation of the bill. Clause 5 addresses the principles to be applied in the adoption of a child and the participation of a child in the adoption process. Clause 7, Office and Director of Social Services. Mr. Speaker, among the important considerations under the bill are the various processes and systems to be established for the care and protection of children, among which is the appointment of a Director of Social Services, who will not only provide oversight on all matters of care and protection of children, like receiving reports, intervention, investigation, and assessment, but also to ensure that the various orders granted by the court are enforced. Part 2, Care and Protection of Children, clauses 12 to 13, identify circumstances in which a child may be considered to be in need of care and protection and for request for assistance. Part 3, Reporting, clauses 4 to 16, provide reporting in respect of a child in need of care and protection of persons who make the reports. Part 4, Investigation and Assessment, clauses 17 to 24, provide for assessment and investigation of reports concerning a child. Part 5, Emergency Protection, clauses 25 to 31, provide for the emergency protection of a child in the stated circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the matter of emergency protection of children has long been anticipated. Where under the emergency situations there is need to immediately remove a child from imminent danger, the court may, on application of the Director of Social Services, with the assistance of a police officer, and without the need for any further authority, enter any place or premises where the child is believed to be present or to reside, and search for, locate, and take the child into custody. Based on reports, certain situations of emergency warrant immediate actions. Part 6, Assessment Orders, clauses 32 to 35, provide for the making of assessment orders. Part 7, Orders for the care and protection of a child, clauses 36 to 72, provide for the order which may be applied to secure the care and protection of a child. Part 8, Children or Child Care Services, clauses 73 to 88, provide for the establishment and maintenance of child care services. Part 9, Adoption Committee, clauses 89 to 95, provide for the establishment, composition, and procedure and functions of an adoption committee. The present Act does not provide for the establishment of any committee to have oversight over an adoption matter. There are many observers who are of the opinion that various structures preliminary to the grant of an adoption order should be reviewed. In having the adoption committee in place, that objective will be achieved. Part 10, placement of a child for adoption. Clauses 96 to 117 stipulate the persons who may apply to adopt a child. Part 11, adoption proceedings. Clauses 118 to 129 provide for court proceedings for the purposes of adoption. Part 12, inter-country adoptions. Clauses 130 to 133 address the required approval for inter-country adoption. Pursuant to Clause 130, the Adoption Committee will enable better control of adoption proceedings, including matters related to inter-country adoption. A person who is not a resident of Dominica may apply to the Adoption Committee for the adoption of a child resident in Dominica. However, the bill provides clear directives as to the requirements of individuals overseas adopting a child, including providing a police record, that the individual has the means to maintain and look after the child in an appropriate manner. Clause 132 speaks to a memorandum of understanding which the government may enter into with the government of another jurisdiction in order to allow collaboration and exchange of information, and also to establish certain safeguards to ensure that inter-country adoption takes place in the best interest of the child and with respect to fundamental rights of the child and as recognized by law. Mr. Speaker, this is a new initiative. Part 13, registration of adoption orders, clauses 134 to 135 is self-explanatory. Part 14, offenses, clauses 136 to 143 stipulate acts that are considered to be offenses in the administration of this bill in relation to a child. Part 15, miscellaneous, clauses 144 to 145 provide for matters that are required for the administration of the bill but do not fall under the other parts of the bill, such as appeals and the making of regulations. Part 16, repeal and transitional provisions, clauses 146 to 149 is self-explanatory. Mr. Speaker, important considerations relate to clause 118 to 133 on the matter of adoption proceedings and inter-country adoption in the best interest of a child. Adoption matters are at present being dealt with under the Adoption of Infants Act of 1949, which is very outdated. Adoption matters will now be processed under the Children Care and Adoption Act. This in itself will help to protect children by ensuring that adoptive parents are well suited to meet the varied needs of the adopted child. Mr. Speaker, it should be further noted that the Children and Young Persons Act also addresses children who may be in conflict with the law. What the framers of the bill, after consultation, have done is to develop a Children Care and Adoption Bill with adoption matters incorporated under the bill and draw up a Child Justice Bill which will come before the House in a subsequent sitting. Mr. Speaker, the Children Care and Adoption Bill seeks to reform the law relating to adoption and to provide for greater supervision of adoption procedures. It also provides for individuals to serve on an adoption committee as stipulated in Clause 89 to give more governmental control over the adoption process. Mr. Speaker, the bill subscribes to orders which could be made by the court, including a care order, contact order, contribution order, and emergency protection order, where in cases it is proven that the child is suffering or is likely to suffer harm and is in urgent need of care and protection. In such cases, the children could immediately, in an emergency situation, be physically removed from whatever circumstance which could imminently endanger the life of the child. Mr. Speaker, adoption is a profoundly important decision with lifelong impact for all involved. It is therefore vital, and the adoption process is safeguarded by robust and appropriate laws and policies which consider the interests of children as well as the parents involved. Mr. Speaker, while legislation is extremely important, one no doubt recognizes that other programs and activities must be ongoing to better care and protect children. The social services arm of the ministry's strategic plan will, among other plans, include a regime of multifaceted specialized intervention services targeting families. Mr. Speaker, recognition is also given to human and financial resources which will be invested to care for children and families. The Social Welfare Division is to be restructured with an increase in the staff complement and the establishment of new offices. Mr. Speaker, while government takes actions where necessary, including the passage of legislation, we as Dominicans must be mindful that the care and protection of children is dependent on all Dominicans, particularly parents, who are not only the first providers, but are directly responsible for the care and protection of their children. The wider society should never limit the adage that it takes a village to raise a child. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the societal impact of the new legislation will be far-reaching and largely positive. Additionally, by focusing on the best interest of the child, we are contributing to the overall well-being of our nation's youth and paving the way for a brighter Dominica. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to this honorable House.
The bill is before the House for debate. Try again. Yes, I recognize Honorable Popon-Skerrit.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Children Care and Adoption Bill, a vital piece of legislation that seeks to reform the laws relating to adoption and to provide greater supervision of adoption procedures for the protection and the welfare of the child. As not only a political leader, but as a wife and a mother, and honestly, just as a conscientious, empathetic human being, I refuse to ignore issues surrounding the mistreatment and the mishandling of our children. And it is high time that we take a firm stance to better protect our youngest citizens, because it is they who are the most vulnerable members of our population, and yet upon whom our future of this nation lies. This bill before us, Mr. Speaker, will have a significant impact on the lives of our children in this country. And I am proud to lend my voice to this important conversation. Let us not continuously fail to protect them from preventable and manageable, sometimes life-threatening, if not traumatic situations. This legislation will take an all-encompassing approach to the care and the protection, as well as the adoption of our nation's children. We seek to ensure that the best interest of a child is paramount and forefront in our approach to the future generations. And as such, this bill strives to cover a range of issues as regards to adoption procedures, inter-country adoptions, and the care and the protection of children. A more comprehensive and stringent approach to the safety and well-being of the child will be implemented in these procedures going forward. Dominica is not unique in our need to revamp our old laws and our procedures. It is simply long overdue. The challenges that we face as leaders and lawmakers are indeed numerous, but we are determined not to let the needs of our smallest and the most innocent voices go unheard. The need to enact and enforce proactive and preventative measures that ensure the safety of our youth is, however, crucial for a productive nation and future. There are quite frankly countless children who go through life experiences that are far beyond their years. We speak about sexual abuse, physical abuse, verbal, mental, as well as economic disparities, which have created conditions in which many children are living a life of trauma, torture, and helplessness. The undeniable life-altering effects of these experiences are often ignored, misdiagnosed, disregarded, or easily dismissed. But this cannot continue to be left unchecked and to be accepted as a societal norm. Mr. Speaker, in my efforts to truly understand my constituents, their needs, and their struggles, I often find myself reasoning with those who say to me that they feel lost, the guys on the streets, frustrated mothers. They are the every bit and part of the fabric of our society, as you and I. And I have noticed that many of them are troubled young men and troubled young women. In these moments, I try to dig deep to get to the core of their issues. And many times I will probe into their childhood and I will ask the question, how did you get to this point? What was your life journey like? Because everyone comes from somewhere. How did you get here? Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today and say that the majority of them came from broken homes. The male foundation of life, the family life, is broken. The most common thing to say, they say to me, sometimes they refer to me, they say, "Mother, I have no mother, I have no father, I have nobody for me." And so most of them, their stories are quite the same. They end up dropping out of school with little to no support, feeling that they had no choice but to turn to the streets, or sometimes selling their bodies as a way of survival. There are many of them who have been given given the opportunity, would have been in a much better place today, Mr. Speaker, if they were adopted, placed in foster care, and given a better and fair chance at life. At the most vulnerable stage in life, so many of our youth are not experiencing a loving, nurturing home, which is imperative to a stable foundation upon which the character of an adult is formed. Mr. Speaker, there are many untold true stories. Stories which should make any caring human being cringe and pray that God intervenes. For example, Mr. Speaker, recently, a young mother of 3 brought her children to the welfare department division, and she said to them, "If you don't take them away from me, I am afraid that I will do something to them." Let that sink in for a moment. Can you begin to imagine the level of desperation that could lead a mother to these limits? Think about it, Dominicans, because sadly, too often easily cast judgment and dismiss cases such as this. Mr. Speaker, the Welfare Division reached out to me to find out if I knew anyone who would be willing to foster or adopt these 3 innocent children. When I get a call like this, how can I or anyone in a good conscience for that matter not see this as heart-wrenching, as a heart-wrenching scenario and a reflection of insufficient procedures, programs, and lack of the adequate services? I cannot lament enough on how important this urgent cry from the Welfare Division is for the future of our children and our country. With these types of changes that this bill is bringing to the table, there will be an improvement in the capacity of the Welfare Division to assist in unfortunate scenarios just like this one that I referenced. The saying, "It takes a village," is not unfounded. Sometimes, all some of us need is support, guidance, and a little help to find our way. Creating more efficient programs will allow for a far more proactive and effective use of the Welfare Division to address these matters in a timely and competent manner. Other primary changes will be to the streamlining of the adoption process in Dominica. The benefit to this is the potential opportunity that it creates to encourage more people to consider adoption rather than foster parents. The stricter regulations around inter-country adoption will help to prevent unethical or illegal adoption practices, which has unfortunately occurred previously. These two crucial benefits brought by these legislative changes could lead to an increase in domestic adoptions, which would reduce the number of children in the foster care system or available for inter-country adoption. It is my firm belief, Mr. Speaker, that the adoption bill also has the capacity to encourage a greater emphasis on family preservation and reunification. This can lead to fewer children being placed for adoption in the first place. This is undoubtedly a positive development as it ensures that children are in a stable and loving home with their biological families when and where possible. The creation of the Adoption Committee will allow for greater accountability, increased transparency, and protection of children in the adoption process. The Adoption Committee is responsible for making decisions that will have a significant impact on a child's future and a child's life. This committee will not only provide oversight, but it will also ensure that all adoption procedures follow the law to the letter, maintaining the highest standards, and always protecting the well-being of the child prior to and throughout the process. It is reassuring to know that there will be checks and balances in place to ensure that the decision-making process is fair and it is just. Allow me to give you some insight into the extent of some of the issues that we face in our current system. For example, the lack of adequate structure, policy, and guidelines around adoption has created loopholes for fraudulent behavior and mismanagement of the process. Currently, any lawyer can prepare an adoption paper in any format without adhering to any standard or regulation. This results in a wide variation in terms of quality of legal services rendered as well as costs for the services rendered. This means that families seeking to adopt have no clarity or consistency in the process and are often at the mercy of lawyers who set their own terms and high prices. Furthermore, Welfare Division, who prepared a Guardian ad litem inquiry report on prospective parents, often charge a fee for their services with no governing legislation or policy to regulate these charges. Additionally, lawyers can write to the Welfare Division naming an officer that they prefer to prepare the adoption report without any vetting process in place. This creates an environment where fraudulent behavior and mismanagement of the adoption process can too easily occur with little or no repercussions. And it is imperative that we establish clear policies and guidelines for adoptions to protect the interests of all parties involved, but specifically our littlest and our most unprotected. We owe it to our children, Mr. Speaker, and to families who seek to adopt, to create a system that is fair and is just, transparent, and accountable, with the ultimate goal of finding permanent, stable homes for children who cannot live with their birth families. As lawmakers, it is our prerogative and our duty to enact and enforce policies that protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And this bill here before us represents our effort to do just that. As a matter of fact, the well-being of our children is at the core of every section, clause, letter, and punctuation mark within the formation of this bill before us. If it isn't already obvious, this administration will be clear and concise. We, as a nation, are firmly resolved to securing positive, constructive, and uplifting futures for our children, regardless of their backgrounds, upbringing, or family origins. A society that cultivates and supports a positive foundation in every child's growth and development stimulates a healthy and productive future population, citizenry, and nation. And like the Bible says, Mr. Speaker, the shepherd left his 99 sheep, and he searched high and low for his one lost sheep. And then he rejoiced, moreover, that this one sheep that he found than the 99 who didn't go astray. And so today, Mr. Speaker, we rejoice because in this new reset, this Labour Party government will continue to bring back to the fold the disadvantaged and the marginalized children, and we shall rescue them from all their domestic harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to this bill at this moment before this court. Firstly, I would like to applaud the Honorable Minister for the Roseau North constituency, Ms. Honorable Williams, for bringing forth Williams.
For not playing.
Yeah, for being the one to introduce these bills before this court, because I personally know her love for children, how much she loves and cares for them. So I'd like to applaud her, firstly. Secondly, I would like to ask permission to refer to my notes, regardless of the fact that my dear Honorable Minister from Baker said to discard it.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, children are special. Children are a gift, children are a blessing. Seeing that many people right now have chosen to quote the Bible, I shall quote it as well. Even God said, be fruitful and multiply, so God knew what he was speaking about right there. Any bill brought before this house in regards to the betterment of children and family, there's nothing to oppose, nothing to not agree on. However, one can give insights on ways they feel or think could better, effectively pass on these bills. With that being said, I'd like to touch on three things. I'm going to be straight to the point, straightforward, because in all honesty, I don't feel we should be only on our third bill by now. These bills are acceptable, we should run through it. But the others, I want to have 7, 8 people speaking on one bill. Anyways, moving on. With the passing of these bills, we should ponder on a few things. I'm going to list three of them. Number one, are there enough facilities to house or place abused, neglected, or troubled children right now as we speak, passing these bills? Number two, are the employees at these facilities, if there are any, trained to deal or care for these children? And number 3, what is the status or condition of the working environment of the division that's dealing with this matter? To be direct, that's the welfare division. Doing my research, because I know the other side like to tell us do our research. So I did a little research, not much, a little, be straightforward. Doing my research, I found out that there's only 2 facilities for children right now. One is Chances in Jimit, that's for abused, neglected children, and the Operation Youthquake, a non-profit organization located in Silver Lake, that's for juvenile delinquent children. As we speak, the facility in Jimit, namely Chances, can comfortably accommodate approximately 40 children at the moment. Mr. Speaker, since I know myself, the country has 70,000 people, approximately. We doesn't go up, we doesn't go down. So I want the other side, when they are coming back at me, I know they're coming back. I want the other side to tell me, how can Chances that can comfortably accommodate approximately 40 children cater for the entire country? Also, Operation Youthquake in Silver Lake can approximately accommodate 13 children based on my research.
That's what you focus on?
That's irrelevant at the moment.
That's right.
Moving on. So my simple question at this moment, in light of passing this amazing bill for the betterment of our children, can these 2 facilities accommodate our population? The answer is straightforward. 1 + 1 is 2. No. Right now, moving along again. I'm going to slide. I said I'm making it short and straight to the point. I'm going to slide into the welfare division right now. Slide, the electric slide, and I can slide. I think we are all aware of the condition of the welfare division office at the moment. It's not the best working environment. Me personally will never be in the correct state of mind to work in such conditions. Do all your research, I did mine. I know, I am aware that I'm going to get from the other side. It is coming, because that is their talk. It is coming, just like every other thing is coming. Every single thing, it is coming. We're still campaigning, so it's coming. So my question to the other side, and I wish someone would respond to me, when are we going to reach climax? When? That's it. Because I tell you, it's coming. By touching this 3 points, this is my shot.
Proceed, Senator, proceed.
My shot. As I said, I was going to be short and straight to the point, because in a nutshell, I do support this bill and all of the other 4 bills being passed today. So being short, straight to the point, this is my contribution. And I will repeat again, I do support these bills. However, we should look at all aspects of passing this bill to ensure that it is effective. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I shall take my seat and I shall wait for the non-glasses wearing people on the other side to respond.
What you crying for?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Lloyd, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my fullest consideration and support for the enactment of the Care and Adoption of Children Bill, which is before this Honorable House. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer to my notes during the course of my presentation.
Your permission is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the children of Dominica are our pride and joy, and they are seen as our future leaders of this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, and I stand on this side of this honorable house in full support of this bill. I'm glad to be a part of the process which would engender the manifestation of this saying, to engender the manifestation of this saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as the present leaders of this country have every responsibility to ensure that we put in place the requisite laws, regulations, policies, and structures which will provide protection and care for their well-being, Mr. Speaker. And if there is any honorable member in this honorable house who believes that the onus is not on them, Mr. Speaker, then I can tell them, Mr. Speaker, that they're in the wrong place. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the many individuals who have worked on various pieces of legislation before this honorable house. Former ministers, permanent secretaries, heads of divisions, and other staff of the various ministries. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are here as a government to continue the process and enact these critical bills which will give consideration for the well-being of our nation's children. Mr. Speaker, this bill has one of its primary purposes the care and protection of children from all forms of abuse and neglect. The interests of our children must be given paramount importance, and their interests must be at the core when decisions regarding their well-being are concerned. Mr. Speaker, the bill covers a number of areas and calls on all practitioners, parents, and all society dealing with children to help us determine the best interests of the child. The bill looks at the safety of the child, even the capacity of parents to properly discharge their responsibilities as parents. Mr. Speaker, parents must step up and take their parental responsibilities seriously. Nowadays, even parenting sessions are provided at various institutions by this government administration, just to ensure that parents are reminded of their roles and responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize roles and responsibilities of parents. And earlier, the Honorable Prime Minister alluded to responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if parents were to recognize their responsibilities, that the issue of child care and protection would not be a challenge which would confront us here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. We must concentrate on the whole child, not just what is provided physically, but the other critical areas, such as mental, emotional, and psychological development of the child. Children with disabilities must be given special attention, Mr. Speaker. And I am so proud that just a few weeks ago, in the St. Joseph constituency, we recognized Down Syndrome Day, where we marched in recognition of Down syndrome. Because to me, Mr. Speaker, Down syndrome itself isn't the problem. The problem is the incognizance of individuals about Down syndrome, which poses a challenge in our society, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and just to say that the children of Dominica are not offsprings of a cash cow, Mr. Speaker. And that if we just throw cash at them or throw money at them, that is going to solve the problem. No, Mr. Speaker, there are different substratas, Mr. Speaker, to childcare or where childcare is concerned. As I mentioned earlier, we have to look at the psychological needs of these children. We have to look at the mental and emotional needs of these children. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it does not take much effort. It does not take much effort to be a decent human being, and to provide the much-needed childcare to our children in Dominica. The bill speaks clearly to the procedures to be followed when a child has suffered neglect and abuse. The Act gives timelines for various institutions to act with no reservation. The Act speaks to how investigations and assessments are to be done. Mr. Speaker, I urge every citizen, especially our adults, to familiarize yourself with these pieces of legislation before this House today. This will ensure that it is not business as usual when it comes to the care and welfare of our children. Far too long we have been complaining about abuse cases which take years to be heard in courts. Far too long we have seen and heard of the neglect and abuse of our children. Mr. Speaker, I can confidently say that this legislation has a clear section on emergency protection, assessment order, and care order. Mr. Speaker, and if there is reasonable grounds to believe that a child is in need of protection or the health and safety of that child is in jeopardy, then immediate action will be taken to get that child to a place of safety. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3, Section 2F speaks to the need to provide a secure place for the child and for the development of a positive relationship as a member of a family. This is very significant, Mr. Speaker, because some behaviors being displayed by some of our children at schools and in other social settings are generally because of the socialization that takes place at home, which is why I believe that we should be guarded against the malpractices that we may teach our kids, because a number of these issues stems from the parents. Children specifically need love and affection from their parents, along with other needs, and that also applies if a child is in an adopted family. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak about adopted families, Mr. Speaker, I believe that every household who is capable of or who is able to adopt a child should definitely do so. Because I believe that if every household who is able to adopt a child does so, then we would have no need for orphanages, Mr. Speaker. And that every child can receive love and care and affection, Mr. Speaker. I want to applaud the work which is being done at Chances. The state home for children which have been abused and neglected. The motto at Chances is it's more than a home, it's a family. And the love and care given to the children at that facility must be commended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dear Senator asked the question, how can Chances accommodate our population? Mr. Speaker, I beg the question, Mr. Speaker, how can any facility in Dominica accommodate our population, Mr. Speaker? What population are we speaking about, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, are we tins? Are we sardines in a tin, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we sometimes hear of parents who leave their children at home unsupervised for whatever reason. Sometimes it is to go to festivities, and the children are not adequately protected and may suffer abuse. We hear of parents aiding and abetting the abuse of their children for material gains. This bill, Mr. Speaker, under Part 2, Clause 12, is very clear on the responsibilities of parents as it relates to children who are in need of care and protection. This includes children who are destitute or wandering without any settled place of abode. We sometimes see children begging or receiving alms. Sometimes they are in the company of undesired characters, or in some cases, the parents themselves say to you, I am fed up, I cannot handle that child. Mr. Speaker, the Care and Adoption Bill is a very serious piece of legislation which has received serious discussion before being presented here today. Mr. Speaker, this is serious business. This is not all fun and games. There have been numerous discussions and capacity building exercises for the various stakeholders and those who will be responsible for the implementation of the bill to ensure that the regulations are adhered to. The Act, Mr. Speaker, has looked at the area of child adoption, and I would like to encourage every able Dominican family, as I mentioned before, those who feel that they can assist with the proper upbringing of a child to please come forward and do so. You can call the welfare division to do so. We have many children at chances and some who are still with their families who need your help. The bills clearly outline the responsibilities of the process for adoption of a child, be it here in Dominica, or if a child has to be adopted in a foreign country. And most critically, Mr. Speaker, the bill speaks to the offenses regarding the adoption bill. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve my rights to support this bill. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Victor. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution towards this honorable House, and I give my full support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief in my presentation because the member for Laplin has given so much clarity as it relates to this bill. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to refer to my notes.
Permission is granted. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I would first like to welcome all the bills presented here today. Though they were a bit late in coming, but it is good that the government has seen it fit to implement these laws. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the bill, care and adoption, there are a few recommendations that I would like to specifically point out. Part 3, subsection 14 of this bill entitled Report, I would like to share a concern. I believe that there should be a specific method or a procedure which cases of sexual abuse in children should be reported apart from other cases. Though, as stated in this section, the person or persons one should report to, it's in my view that this person should be properly trained to interact with the child that is being or has been abused. Because, Mr. Speaker, there may be many persons with titles to their name, but they are not properly trained to deal with certain cases. And in that case, these delicate matters. So this is something, Mr. Speaker, that can be looked at. Mr. Speaker, to further continue about the care of the child, provision should be made for mentally and physically challenged children. I heard Senator Blackmore placing some emphasis on this point earlier, which I really did much appreciate. Persons with mental and physical impairment are limited to life's major activities. Even for those who have already passed the age of consent, they should still be considered as a child. Hence the reason that they are not capable of making decisions on their own. Children with disabilities are 3 times more likely than children without them to be victims of abuse, especially sexually. They too are open doors that abusers tend to take advantage of because of their incapability. And Mr. Speaker, I am speaking about the long-term effect that this may have on these children growing up. Post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, as well as increased risk of victimization in adulthood. So, Mr. Speaker, urgent care and protection needs to be put in place to assist these children with such conditions. Mr. Speaker, the school has an important role to play for the care and safety of the child. I am just using this as an example, Mr. Speaker. I believe that schools have the right to raise funds for whatever purpose they see fit. However, the part where children are given sometimes raffle sheets to walk the streets, to solicit money from individuals, this also may open doors for sexual abuse. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker, when parents would keep their girls inside and send their boys out. These days,
Both genders are being abused, especially sexually. Many abusers take the opportunity when the children are vulnerable, asking them for something in return for the money. As I said, Mr. Speaker, that I am only drawing a reference. Mr. Speaker, these are real happenings. As I stated earlier, that I am not against any school for them raising funds, but there can be other avenues. We only have to look out for the best interest and safety for our children, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure that the children's safety is of paramount importance. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, is another point I wish to recommend. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I am giving my full support to this bill, and I look forward to a full implementation of all bills that will be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Frederick. Proceed.
I stand to lend 120%. This year is Kalinago 120 after 120 years of the Kalinago territory. So 120% for the but for the Children Care and Adoption Act 2023. And to say the government has moved beyond just looking at infrastructure development. We are building fine roads, we are building wonderful homes, we will definitely build our airport. But also we are also concerned about building capacity and building equity among all our demographics across the country, and the Kalinago to include it. And so this bill before us is so important because it brings clarity to how we treat children across the board. And it speaks especially how we treat children within the constructs of a democratic society, and how do we have solutions to deal with it, situations when it gets beyond the home and the parents at that home. And so like the Government of Dominica Housing Recovery Project, the Child Prevention Unit still is resident in the Kalinago space. And not because there is a problem, a stereotype problem that some are stereotyped with indigenous people and people who are less vulnerable or more vulnerable or smaller in number, but an intervention to ensure that while we prepare for this bill, that we're able to allow the folks within the Kalinago space to understand their roles and responsibilities. So I want to thank the good folks from the Child Abuse Prevention Unit who really settle in the Kalinago space and have these wonderful workshops across the board with parents, the folks at the NEP, the farmers, teachers, to ensure that all of us across the society understand our roles and responsibilities, while we know that laws are important to govern our behaviors. And so we have taken charge of that piece of legislation, and definitely it will be a law at the end of this day. So we do this because we need to regulate the care of children. It's very, very important to regulate the care. It can't be up to the whims and fancies of people to do that. And I speak about not only the home, but about the schools, the socializing institutions, the schools, the churches, the places that children recreate. And so we will regulate. And it will also offer assistance when necessary. And we will definitely, when you look at the law in its entirety, provide a number of provisions for reporting, for regulating. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, there will be a number of opportunities. Definitely people have to be better trained. Definitely with people, there has to be a proper monitoring system. We're hoping that we will enforce all of the regulations that governs the protection of children at various levels. And so it appears to me that we are definitely in tandem with international law. And one example we referenced earlier on, the Children's Convention, And so that is important. But also, we also in tandem with our local laws, because within our constitution, there are rights that are given to every human being, and a child at various levels are also citizens of a country, and they should be treated with respect and dignity. The adoption piece is also important, Mr. Speaker, because there are instances when children are just, for various reasons, unable to stay in the home, whether it is a single parent home, whether it's a nuclear family structure, whether it's an extended family structure. And so they are unable to stay at home for many, many reasons. Because when we read through the Act again, we will see that it identifies a number of abuses that could happen: physical, psychological abuse, mental abuse. And this is meted out by children, some cases, for bullying, etc. Also for parents and for various community members. So it appears to me that while we do have institutions across the board, in the name of chances and all of these other agencies, it may well be the last resort to put children in an institution. And it may be a better option, based on all of the research and with the law that supports it, to have children in a stable, in a more stable, a stabler space. And we can call that an adoption space or child care, foster care. So the institutionalization of children, we can argue, should be a last resort when all else doesn't really work. And so it is very important that as a government that we continue to do those progressive pieces of legislation. Those pieces of legislation that's hard work. It's not sitting and shouting on the street corner, because we have to move activism into proper policy, into proper laws. And that takes time. And one might say it takes time to happen, and it is coming, and when it's going to climax and all that stuff. But that is hard work, Mr. Speaker, it's hard work. And I really want to commend the wonderful folks here who have been working on this, the leadership at the ministerial level, and the Honorable Senator Reverend Blackmore and the team at the National Security, to really do a hard work. And I really sort of dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And I will say this speaking from someone of heritage who has suffered much, that while we try to ensure that we are equal citizens in our state, that we ourselves do our piece to ensure that the smaller ones we care for, the generation to come, the future generations of whitey Kubulians are able to find a secure space within institutions, within families, within the communities, within schools, and that is governed by law. And I will also just want to reinforce that while the law is enacted to police and to monitor, it is incumbent on us as citizens to ensure the little folks that some of us can carry for 9 months are protected by your own conscience. You should have a social responsibility to a little human being to ensure that he or she is safe. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support 120%, because this year, as I said before, is 120 years since the establishment of the Calabar Territory in 1903. 120% support the Children's Care and Adoption Act of 2023, and really support all of the colleagues who gave tremendous help. And really want to thank the comrade here from the East. They say many good things about the East, people from the East, and to commend the wise lady from the East who so eloquently presented the bill before this wonderful House. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Proceed, Honorable Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am looking for the senator. Well, senators don't have, how they say, residence or location, but she's from Salisbury, Senator Harry, where is she? After such an entertaining performance, I was hoping that we would in fact get to that point, but she's not there. And I don't think it's possible to do it by myself, but I will do my best. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise, okay, I rise in support of the bill, the Children Care and Adoption Bill, again another progressive step to protect the most precious among us, the vulnerable, the voiceless, the defenseless, and to ensure that we give them a fighting chance so that they can take their rightful place in our society, in our community. And I just wanted to begin by drawing to the attention of Senator Ari when she was asking, she asked 3 questions. I will not respond to all 3, but it is important that if she paid some attention to the definition section, she would see what child care service includes: a boarding home, a group home, a foster home. And a foster home is important because we have a lot of foster families in Dominica who have been giving great service. And I know Minister Laville, the parliamentary representative for the Maho constituency, you have Irma Lafont, who has been one of the exemplary, indeed, Mother Teresa providing foster care to children in need. A residential care, a training center or training school, an assessment center, a children's home, any similar service designated by the minister under Section 81. Good, welcome back. So it is important to highlight that because those facilities provide an essential service for children as we go through the bill, when there is need for care and protection of children. Chances, by the way, you're a young senator, but so you maybe not, you won't remember that there was no chances before this Dominica Labour Party established chances in Jimmet. It was a project that was very difficult. I remember the early days when we were seeking to establish that facility. I remember then Minister Lauren Barnes Roberts playing a very important role in that project. And of course, we had the late Eva McIntyre Roach, who was a real champion on that project. So there are many people who contributed to ensuring that we got to the point where we could actually have that facility. And I remember there was a minister of social services at the time. They used to call it that. Now it's something nice, not true? Social services, they used to call it welfare or some name that was not so nice. And I remember there was a minister that came to cabinet because he was afraid, because a magistrate had given an order that unless he declared a place of safety for children, he would be in contempt of court. And he came to cabinet, was afraid he was going to put him in jail. So we were looking at all places around to see where we could designate as a place of safety for children. And I think that prompted us to move more quickly to establish chances in Jimmet. And today, it is a great facility providing an excellent service for children. I get the point, though, that the senator highlighted. Perhaps chances is not enough. We need more facilities. But let us hope that we will take on our responsibilities more seriously, and that parents will not create the need for more facilities like chances. And I think the state should be reluctant to expand those facilities and to put more obligation on parents and get people to be more responsive and more responsible and take on their roles and responsibilities as families. And to ensure that we can incentivize more parents to be foster parents. More individuals to be foster parents, and to create more opportunities where we can have, because the truth is the child needs a home-like setting where they can get love and attention Chances is really a last resort facility. But the real need is to ensure that we can build homes, strong homes, where the child can get care, can get love, can get affection, can get attention. And I think this is what we're seeking to achieve, especially with the progressive sections in this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the care and protection of children, I think is very important. And before I go into Section 12, Clause 12, just to again go back to what Minister Dr. Williams said earlier in her presentation. This bill is really based on the best interests of the child. And all these bills that we're talking about in children, we're looking at the best interests of the child. That has definition, legal definition. What is the best interest of the child? But it is also very difficult sometimes to determine what is the best interest of the child. And sometimes it is a balancing act. It is a competition between the parents' rights to the child and the protection of that child from abuse, and to ensure that child has care. It is a very difficult balancing act. And what we see in this bill is the best that we can come up with. It's the best arrangement, because the bill really speaks to a child being the responsibility of a parent. And the fact that the parent has that right, well, some jurisdictions say the parent doesn't have a right to the child. Because if it is not in the best interest of the child for that parent to have custody of that child, the child should not be with that parent. And that is the premise of this bill. And Section 12 speaks to that and defines when that child may need care and protection. And there are circumstances, unfortunately, we really hope that those circumstances will be few and far between, when a child is in need of care and protection, where the child has suffered harm or is likely to suffer harm caused by the neglect of that child, the failure of the child's parent to adequately supervise or protect the child, or the failure of the child's parent to provide for the adequate supervision or protection of the child, has been abused or is likely to be abused. So there are a number of circumstances where it is not in the best interest of the child to be with that parent. So then what is the responsibility of the state under those circumstances? And this is where we go on to determine when care and protection can be applied for that child. But before I speak to that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition made mention of reporting, and I think she really was concerned about the ability of the people to whom the reports are made to deal with those reports. But I want to say, and I see staff of the Ministry of Social Services, I see my good friend there, Mrs. Lewis, is here, anxiously awaiting the passage of the bill so that she can go to work. And I know that there are a number of trained counselors and a number of trained staff in the Ministry of Social Services. But just to inform you, or remind you, because I know it's been mentioned and announced by the Prime Minister, that we're making more investments in social services, and there will soon be a Department of Social Services, where all these counselors can be located, and their current challenges in accommodation notwithstanding, but they will be able to operate under one Department of Social Services, where the various skills can be brought into that department, so that to ensure that they have all the requisite skills required to support children who are in need of care and protection. This bill also provides for tremendous responsibilities to be placed on the Director of Social Services, who will be heading that department. The Director of Social Services has the responsibility to do so many things that at some point you wonder if it may be the director is going to be too powerful. I don't think so, because there are checks and balances. But I think they are very, very important. But going back to reporting, what the bill does at Clause 14, Part 3, reporting, is that it places an onus on people in certain positions to report cases of abuse, neglect, and anytime so it is necessary for protection of a child. So there are a number of people who are listed on the 14.1 that goes on to indicate who are these people. These are people who may be in contact with children, who may be able to provide a service to children or parents where children are concerned, and the onus is on them. Now, in some jurisdictions, everyone has a responsibility to report the abuse or neglect of a child. And if you don't, you are in violation. You have committed an offense. So you can't go down the street in a place like Toronto, for example, and see a parent mishandling a child and not report it. You will be also guilty of an offense. We didn't go that far. What we're saying is that there are people who have contact, responsibility, or some form of engagement with children who have the obligation to report any case of abuse or neglect. And if they don't, they will have committed an offense. I think that is really a progressive step. Another very important section that will, once implemented properly, could help us deal more frontally with the challenges that our children face, those who are neglected or abused. Part 4, which speaks to emergency protection, assessment order, and care order. It really gives, and that is one of the cases where I mentioned of the tremendous responsibilities, but also the power given to the director of child care social services as it will become. But essentially what this part does is that it allows for the entering into a home, a place where it is believed that a child may be, and that child has been allegedly subject to abuse or is in need of protection, so that they can move quickly into that facility, get that child, and make an order, an emergency order of protection for that child. So that child will be now in the care of the Director of Social Services to ensure that the child is protected. So that is a very, very important first step. It allows for that action. You get a warrant, so the Director of Social Services can apply for a warrant, apply to the court for a warrant, get that warrant, and then apply immediately for the emergency order. But there are cases where they may not even need to apply for a warrant, where it is felt that it is in the best interest of the child to move quickly and to protect the child. But the bill also allows the parents to have some recourse, because if once that protection order is issued, then the matter is now subject to a judicial process, and the parents can now make their case to show that perhaps the allegations of neglect or abuse is unfounded, is untrue, and that they can get custody of the child once more. If that doesn't happen, then the Director of Social Services will then have the responsibility to create a plan for that child, to ensure that you can protect the child can get the kind of care that they would need and would require in all the circumstances. There's also the opportunity to assess the family, assess all the circumstances surrounding the care of the child, and to make a determination. Once that determination is made, now there is the scary part, that a parent could actually lose custody of their child forever. That is to say, until the child is 18, the child can remain in the care of the Director of Social Services. That is not a situation that any family would want. But the bill also provides for a periodic review of 6 months, because the order is issued for a maximum of 3 years, up to 18. Of course, if the child gets to 18 in a year or two, they're no longer under protection order. But for 3 years, subject to a 6-month review, during which time the parents can make a case to get the child back into their custody. And of course, I'm sure the courts will pay attention to all the circumstances and will make the determination in the best interest of the child. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight those sections. There are other very, very progressive sections, especially with regards to adoption, that I think should require some attention. People should know what exactly is provided for, because there's from time to time, and I think one speaker spoke to it earlier, about the manner in which adoptions are being done currently, and this bill will bring all of this under control to create a better system to ensure that the best interest of the child is protected, and will also allow, well, adults who would like to adopt children to make the process more efficient so that they too can give care and protect our children. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the implementation of this bill. A lot is going to rest on our ability to establish the Department of Social Services with all the necessary staffing required. And I want to thank the CAPSEC for the work that she has done, also in putting these bills, ensuring that Cabinet stays on our feet so that we can actually discuss the bills, get to the conclusion, and also playing a very important role in the structure of the new Department of Social Services, together with the Chief Personnel Officer and the relevant officers of the Ministry of Social Services. I want to commend them for the work that they've done. I believe that we are on the right track, Mr. Speaker, and we are doing this in the best interest of our children. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I must say I feel gratified today. The care and protection of children is about to be strengthened with the coming into effect of the Children Care and Adoption Act. Thank you to the honorable members of the House for your overwhelming support in this regard. Just to answer a few of the questions, Honorable Henderson has already answered. The government of Dominica has already undertaken the restructuring of the Social Welfare Division. It's going to be called the Social Services Department. And in this new dispensation of the law, of course, they will be accommodated in a location that has already been identified and secured. So, Honorable Senator, the Social Welfare Division will have its new location, will move into its new location very soon. Okay? Mr. Speaker, the Children Care and Adoption Bill 2023 presents a comprehensive framework to address the care, protection, and adoption of children by prioritizing children's well-being and establishing regulatory measures. The bill has the potential to make a significant positive impact on society, particularly for vulnerable children who may be in need of safer homes, improved care, and reliable protective systems. I wish, Mr. Speaker, to unreservedly commend this bill for passage into law.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Children Care and Adoption Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will not be read a second time. The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House. House is in committee. question is that I do report the bill to the House. House resumes. Now to report that the bill shortly entitled Children Care and Adoption Act. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Children Care and Adoption Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Yes, Honorable Laville, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Maintenance Act 2023. Second. Thank you. Thank you for the second, thirds, and fourths.
Proceed.
The Maintenance of Spouses and Parents Bill being presented before this honorable House today is in line with the overarching policy of this government to protect the most vulnerable in our society and to ensure they are able to live in comfort and with dignity. Mr. Speaker, no matter how far we have come in this life, our parents are in some way part of us, whether biologically or the influence of nurture. In the ideal setting, it is both, Mr. Speaker. Okay, thank you. In the ideal setting, it would be both, Mr. Speaker. Basic deductive reason would therefore suggest that we are inextricably linked to our parents in some way, insofar as we have offered to strengthen protections for children and to mandate care of children. A government must demonstrate equity by also mandating that the same children who receive care and support by virtues of legal provisions must in turn be required to support their parents within a framework of need, reason, and capability where so established. In the same way, there are some inherent responsibilities of support associated with spouses that must also be honored to continue to provide economic equity and some sense of security. Mr. Speaker, in our existence, the truths hold that there is a time of birth and a time of death, and a time period in between. In that period we call life, we'll all encounter moments of troughs, and peaks based on vulnerabilities and empowerment. And the interconnectivity of our mind and body and environmental factors will determine what we can do and how we thrive in our circumstances in that spectrum of total dependence or independence. All things considered, we are part of a society, one that we have inherited, where in order to survive, there must be structure and some sense of responsibility. I conjecture, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that our relationships with our society, particularly our dependents, must be structured and embody some basic order and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, taking care of your parents, our grandparents, our spouses, should never be a slippery moral consideration, but one of meta-ethical obligation. This is why our administration continues to demonstrate our high order of moral consideration and ethical duty to the people of Dominica. Our social measures have over the years helped create a dignified environment for vulnerable to thrive and triumph over adversity and difficult circumstances. Examples are the Yes We Care program, which provides home-based care for the elderly, and also the 65 and over safety net programs, which targets people who are older and provide a monthly allowance to them. Mr. Speaker, as obtains now, the Maintenance Act, Chapter 3561, provides for the maintenance of certain classes of people. It is very important to note that when enacted, the Maintenance Act of Spouses and Parents will provide for the maintenance of spouses and parents and for connected and incidental matters. Mr. Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill defines the words and terms used throughout the bill. The term spouses refers to single women, a single woman who, for a period of not less than 5 years, cohabited with a single man as if she were in law his wife, and a single man, for a period of not less than 5 years also, has cohabited with a single woman as if he were by law her husband. A single woman or single man includes also a widow or widower, respectively, or a divorcee. In Part 1, and I refer, Mr. Speaker, to clauses 3 through 5 of the bill, address the obligations of maintenance. Clause 3 would impose the obligation for each spouse so far as he or she is capable to maintain the other spouse to the extent that such maintenance is necessary to meet the reasonable needs of the other spouse, where the other spouse cannot practicably meet the whole or any part of those needs. The thinking that it's only men who have an obligation to their spouse is no more. The bill clearly indicates that each spouse, whether man or woman, has the obligation to provide for each other. In the case of cohabiting parties, Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 would impose an obligation on each spouse in cohabitation to maintain the other spouse after the termination period of cohabitation. The latter obligation to maintain would cease if the person being maintained marries someone else or is cohabiting with someone else. Clause 5 imposes an obligation to maintain parents and provides for every person who is not a minor an obligation to the extent that the person is capable of doing so to maintain the person's parents and grandparents who are in need of such maintenance by reason of age, physical or mental infirmity or disability. Too many times, our elders are abandoned by their children who are financially capable to provide for their needs. Not providing for the needs of parents and grandparents and our elders in general can be considered as one of the worst forms of abuse. We must take up our responsibilities. And this is seen quite frequently in the various homes like the Grotto, Infirmary, and many other senior homes where we see our elderly have been abandoned. And we only remember that they have children and friends when after they have passed on, we see an exhausted list of friends and children in the death announcement, Mr. Speaker. This is abhorrent and will no more be allowed to occur in this advancing society, Mr. Speaker. In Part 2, and I make reference to clauses 6 through 17, this provides for maintenance orders. Clause 6 empowers the court on application by or on behalf of a dependent may order the respondent named in the application to maintain that dependent, and in making such an order, the court shall, where the order is a monetary order, determine the amount to be paid under the maintenance order. As presented, there is no fixed amount to be paid in the maintenance of a dependent. This is determined at the discretion of the court. Clause 7 provides for an application for an order for the maintenance of a dependent to be made by the court, to be made to the court by the dependent or any other person who has the care and custody of the dependent. This means that if the dependent is unable, and we know our elderly may fit into this category, that some of them, the court allows for an alternative avenue. Mr. Speaker, clauses 8, 9, and 10 specify the powers of the court on hearing an application for maintenance, matters which the court is required to consider when making a maintenance order for a spouse, and the powers of the court regarding maintenance orders, with clause 11 providing for the duration of a maintenance order. Subject to this section and section 12, a maintenance order shall remain in force for such period as may be specified in the order. In relation to provisions made for the court to vary, suspend, or cancel a maintenance order at any time, or an order of attachment, this is provided for in clause 12. Whilst clause 13 specifies the methods of payment and indicates the payments for maintenance, this shall be made by the respondent by the method as specified by the court. Clause 14 empowers the court to make an order of attachment in relation to any pension or income that is capable of being attached, directing the person paying the pension or income to periodically deduct a sum for maintenance and to pay the sum to the collections officer. Subsection 2 specifies that an order of attachment under this section must contain a penal notice, notifying the person ordered to make the deduction and subsequent payment that he will be personally liable for if he fails to make the deduction in compliance with the attachment order. As it relates to financial disclosure, costs, and orders preventing depletion of property, this is provided for in clauses 15, 16, and 17, respectively. Mr. Speaker, in part 3, and I refer to clauses 18 through 24, addresses enforcement. We are well aware that enforcement allows for upholding of the rule of law, demonstrating that the state, through the courts, has the capacity to institute punitive measures for non-compliance. The designation of a person who may be a clerk or assistant clerk of the court to be collections officer who will be responsible for the receipt and recording of all payments directed is outlined in clause 18. With regards to arrears, clause 19 specifies the steps which may be taken where a liable person is in arrears for 14 days. The person may be brought before the court and may be committed to prison. Of importance to note is that clause 20 empowers the court to order payment during the incarceration of a liable person if the person has means by which payments can be made under a maintenance order. The bill also makes provision in clause 21 that enables the court to take action to prevent a person from leaving the state to avoid complying with a maintenance order. Mr. Speaker, the misappropriation of monies is specified in clause 22, and the person who receives an amount of money for the maintenance of a person shall apply that amount for that purpose, and that purpose only. Clause 22(2) provides for a person who contravenes subsection 1 to be guilty of an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5,000 or to imprisonment for 6 months. Clause 23 speaks to change of address or employment of a liable person. Where an attachment order is made, the person required to make the payment is required to inform the court of any of these changes in address or employment of that liable person. It would be an offense, therefore, for a person to submit false information in support of an application made under the Act, as provided for in Clause 24. Both Clause 23 and 24.4 specify that a person who contravenes subsection 1, respectively, is guilty of an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5,000 in both circumstances. Mr. Speaker, Part 5, and I refer to clauses 25 through 27, provide for agreements in respect to maintenance. Clause 25 authorizes the making of maintenance agreements between spouses or two persons in contemplation of their marriage to each other or of cohabitation, subject to Section 27. Clause 26 specifies the circumstances under which a maintenance agreement will be unenforceable. Subject to subsection 3, a maintenance agreement shall be unenforceable in any case where there is non-compliance with section 24.3 or 4, or the court is satisfied that it would be unjust to give effect to that agreement. Agreement to defeat creditors is provided for in clause 27. Any maintenance agreement that is intended to defeat any creditor or either party to the agreement shall be void. In dealing with the miscellaneous matters, this is well outlined in Part 5, clauses 28 through 32. It provides for appeal from an order made under the Act to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal, on hearing an appeal, may uphold, reverse, or modify the decision of the court, remit the matter to the court for rehearing generally, or make such order as the Court of Appeal thinks just. It further provides for the manner in which payments on the maintenance orders are to be kept, and the manner in which unclaimed amounts are to be handled, as well as for the minister to make regulations and prescribe forms for carrying into effect the provisions of this Act. The final clause in this bill would repeal the Maintenance Act, Chapter 3561. Mr. Speaker, the Maintenance of Spouses and Parents Bill contains provisions which seek to protect the elderly who have reached an age or encountered circumstances that impede their ability to care for, support, and/or maintain themselves, and specifies that every person who is not a minor has an obligation, to the extent that they are capable of doing so, to maintain their parents and grandparents who are in need of such maintenance. As it relates to spouses, it applies where a spouse cannot practicably meet the whole or any part of his or her needs. Mr. Speaker, through this bill, we have most certainly, Mr. Speaker, derailed the attacks, derailed injustices that have been taking place on the elderly and spouses for many years. We will, as a government of indisputable consideration for its people, continue to develop like policies which prioritizes the well-being of every Dominican citizen. Mr. Speaker, our lives and actions must possess some type of meaning. Today, as a government, we clearly demonstrate by this bill our commitment to live up to our essence and purpose that was imbued by our Constitution. I submit, Mr. Speaker, that Dominica is in a much better place today than it was yesterday, and that this Labour government continues to show and demonstrate compassion and to continue to be the champions of social justice and equity. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend this bill to the Honourable House for debate.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be suspended until 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 7:30 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7:30 p.m.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of order to talk on Maintenance Act. And this Maintenance Act is one of the bills that is airtight. This bill, based on my research, has been presented to this House on numerous occasions. And these bills, we all know, without law and order, a lot of us in here and citizens will go astray. So these bills are putting a lot of spouses, both male and female, in check, in that they should uphold and live right in the accordance of the good book. I know the member, Honorable Alfred, said she will have walk off good if this act was already dealt with a few years ago. But I applaud this government for bringing these bills forward. Although my Honorable Senator wanted the next bill, but that's for next sitting. But this bill, or these bills, without these bills, I think the society and Dominica at large will go astray. Because we need the parties that have been affected to get their justice. And every time you delay, justice delayed is justice denied. So we need, but I'm not going to stay long on these bills because staying long on these bills is denying the justice for the affected people. So I just want this bill to pass in this honorable house so the people that have been affected, every one of us must have some family member or relative that has been affected by this bill. We laugh and think, but this is some serious bills. Serious bills. Because I don't believe my cousin going to be shacking up for 5 years and leave the young man and they say she could escape. We'll take her to court. So it put people in check. So my cousin across the room. But these bills is very, very pertinent. Very pertinent. We all will laugh about it, but it's very pertinent when it comes to the uphold and upbringing, especially of kids. The kids and them are not listening tonight. They are not. So we have to pass these and put these in place to ensure that they are protected by the utmost and the highest house of Dominica. So I will rest here and leave the rest for you all to debate and pass those bills. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to make my brief contribution. I must confess, Honorable Laville did an excellent job, very eloquent and articulate in presenting the bill. But I thought I would just add a few words in support of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we must appreciate the fact that this bill actually, it really expresses and it gives us the idea of how this government and the human nature of this government. This government has been always looking out for the less fortunate, for the vulnerable, and the elderly. Parents, grandparents, they can form an integral part of these vulnerable and less fortunate people. And such a bill, which really addresses the care of parents, grandparents, as well as spouse, doesn't make a differentiation between male or female, I think is a very progressive bill. And that comes on the heel that the amount of stuff that this government has been doing, whether it's the SPK program for parents and grandparents, whether it's the pension benefits which we brought down to 65 years, and all the different housing interventions, so we cater for the vulnerable. And here comes the legislation now, which really just envelopes the entire comprehensive approach that this government has had for vulnerable, less fortunate, and particularly elderly people. And these spouses come within that, that framework of all these areas that we're mentioning. And we must also recognize the efforts of the AG's chambers. Out of the 5 bills we have here, this is the only one that is done solely and primarily drafted by the AG's chambers,
The others were done with the legal unit of the OECS Commission, but this one in particular has only been done with the AG chambers, and we must commend them. I think they have done an excellent job for that, for this bill here. But also, this bill also sends a message to the rest of society that government can do all what it can do, but society has a part to play. And it's about setting a proper example, and it's about showing gratitude for our parents and our grandparents, and just letting society know that they also have to play a part, regardless of the fact that government is doing all what it can do, but society has to play a part in also addressing such situations in the society. It's very clear in Clause 3 and Clause 4, and the bill, it really doesn't attack the respondent or the dependent. It's a very fair bill. I think it's very flexible in the sense that it uses the terms like necessary, reasonable needs. So if a spouse were to have some needs that are really extravagant in their lifestyle, the bill will take care of that, because all these things are being considered when the court makes a decision in those states. And it also refers to cannot practically meet the whole or part of those needs. So it's not a matter of you just claiming something for claiming sake. It will go through the system. The court will obviously consider all those different things and decide whether you have a case to receive or not to receive. Also, Clause 4, it says there's no liability if the person remarries or if the person cohabits with someone else. So all those are part of the bill that actually safeguard both the respondent and also safeguarding the dependent. So that it's really a forward-thinking bill, and it caters for both, and which is really good in that sense. In terms of maintaining of parents and grandparents, the bill also talks about the capability of doing so. And it has to be by certain reasons. There are certain criteria, whether it's the age, whether it's the mental or physical disabilities, etc. And it's not just a matter, well, you must do it like that. Everything has to be considered. And also, let alone that, even if it's not a matter of you cannot, as a child, the bill also makes allowances. Yes, you have to maintain for grandparents, but you only maintain for grandparents if at all the children of the grandparents are not there, whether it's because of death, whether it's because of physical or mental disability. So all those things are captured within this bill. And the bill is not really attacking anyone per se, it's just providing a just and a flat level plate that maintenance can be given, whether it's for parents, grandparents, or whether it's for the spouses as well. Now, some of the parents or grandparents may be under the care and custody of a local authority or government agency. The bill also provides that this local authority or the government agency can apply on behalf of these dependents. So all those are covered, because obviously someone may be in a nursing home, someone else may have custody on care of the particular parent or grandparent, so they can actually apply on behalf of this parent or grandparent if they're staying in a local authority or in a government thing. And there are many considerations that the court has to give in this particular bill, in the sense that they'll assess whether the ability for somebody to be gainfully employed, because you might very well have a situation where a parent is in a better situation than a child. So the court actually makes allowances to review all of those different things. And obviously, let alone that, if someone has to stay home to look after a child, the ability to gainfully employed. So there are so many things in this bill that is being taken care of and is being considered before judgment is come by the court. Also, Clause 11 in this bill talks about the duration. So obviously, if someone were to win a lottery or if someone were to inheritance and they're in a position now to cater for themselves, then obviously the court can actually have a variation in the order, or they can actually suspend or even cancel the order. And obviously, likewise, if at all the disability or whatever condition that the person is faced with is a permanent one, then the court can also say that the maintenance is for a lifetime. So everything, Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to explain to you how flexible the bill is, and it really applies, and it can be taken in all these different ways to make sure that we have the correct decision, and someone not just putting a maintenance clause on anybody without, proper reason, etc. And also the idea of someone trying to, or if you end up in 14 days in arrears and you haven't paid, obviously the court can summon you. You have to explain why you haven't done it, and you might have to pay immediately. And if you cannot pay immediately, then there's imprisonment. So there are so many different areas, even the part of someone wanting to leave state. And if you haven't put in place the certain measures that will for the maintenance, you have to actually explain to the court. And the court is not pleased with your explanation, you will not be allowed to leave the state. And if you're caught leaving the state, that is where you can be fined $5,000 or 6 months imprisonment. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying all of this to tell you that even in the misapplying of the monies, there's also a fine for this. If the money is given for a particular maintenance, the local authority or the government agency or whoever is in charge cannot use it for something else. It has to be used for that particular reason for maintenance. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I really think it's a very good bill in the sense that it captures everything related to spouse, not differentiating male or female, as well as it's really an excellent example that we're setting for the society to look after parents and to grandparents. And also it's just putting the legislation to just sort of the icing on the cake of what the government is doing for spouses and parents and grandparents, the more vulnerable people. So all in all, I really support this bill, and I think it's a great move in the right direction. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Roy, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must confess I came prepared to present on this bill, but my colleague, the member for Mahu, did an excellent job in presenting earlier on. So he touched on every aspect of my presentation. But just to say, Mr. Speaker, under the existing legislation, which is the Maintenance Act, Chapter 3561, in addition to the obligations of parents to maintain his or her child, a duty is imposed on every married man and every married woman to provide reasonable maintenance for the spouse. That's Section 3 of this existing act. An obligation is also imposed on men and women to maintain their parents once they are unable to do so due to old age or disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, if you are in a long-term cohabiting relationship, or what some are referred to as common law, or you have just ended one, you cannot come to the court and ask for maintenance because you are not providing under this existing law, which is the Maintenance Act, Chapter 3561. Mr. Speaker, now the new maintenance bill seeks to create a more equitable and workable solution. It can be dismissed, it cannot be dismissed that common law relationship or cohabiting relationship are not common in Dominica. We cannot be hypocrites. Many individuals choose not to get married because they fear commitment. I know a few of them, but even then, they share their daily lives, including the finances, similar to that of a married couple. So, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that these individuals should not be disadvantaged. Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me, I just want to reiterate one of my colleagues' explanation about spouse. I just want to say it again so the listeners can hear. In addition to the ordinary meaning of spouse, the person you are married to, that's what you know what spouse is. Spouse is broadly defined in this new bill to include a single woman who for a period of not less than 5 years has cohabited with a single man, I'm saying single, as if she were in-law his wife. And it is similarly referred to a single man, Mr. Speaker. So it's in that context that the benefit for spouse will flow. But, Mr. Speaker, I will not going to make references to certain clauses and certain sections of the bill because, as I said previously, it was clearly articulated. But just to say, the bill, when enacted, will lead to increased financial stability for spouses and parents in need of maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we have long grappled with the complexities of familial and financial responsibilities in the context of marriage, cohabitation, and parental obligations. I think it is high time we establish a comprehensive and just legal framework to ensure that our citizens are treated fairly and equitably when it comes to these essential matters. Mr. Speaker, like children, our elders are the most vulnerable stage in their lives, a period when they are most in need of compassion and care. Unfortunately, during the senior years, they are almost susceptible to neglect, poor treatment from relatives, and fraudulent activities. We won't go in details. You all know what I'm speaking about. That, Mr. Speaker, saw the birth of the Yes We Care program. And we cannot stop thanking the Honorable Prime Minister for initiating such a novel program. And it's further extended to the NP program where you have persons caring for the elderly within the communities. The social and cultural climate of our nation has evolved significantly over the years. We have witnessed a shift in family structures, with many couples opting for cohabitation rather than traditional marriage, as I said earlier, and our elderly population requiring greater support and care for the children. We must adopt our laws to reflect this changing dynamics and ensure that no citizen is left behind or unfairly burdened in the face of these new realities. Mr. Speaker, the Maintenance Act of 2003 seeks to provide much needed clarity and structure to the maintenance process, ensuring that spouses, former spouses, and children with elderly, sick, infirm parents and grandparents understand the obligation and have a clear path to resolving disputes. By outlining the responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, of spouses, the procedures for obtaining maintenance orders and enforcement mechanisms is in place. This act will ensure that our legal system is accessible and straightforward for all Dominicans. The enforcement mechanism provided for the Maintenance Act, such as the designation of a collection officer, will help ensure that maintenance orders are followed and those that did receive to support what they deserve. And going through the Act, Mr. Speaker, it's make reference to a maintenance officer in every district. So everywhere there's a district for courts or hearing, there'll be a maintenance officer stationed to ensure that the person who are affected will get what is due to them. By passing this bill, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to make a meaningful and lasting difference in the lives of countless families across our nation. We can ensure that our legal system is responsive to the evolving needs of our society and that every citizen is treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, there's a particular section of the Act, a new feature, which I really like. That is the maintenance agreement. So for the persons who are not married and they're cohabiting, or they like that common law thing, you can have your agreement with your partner on maintenance. The law provides for that. Once it is vetted by a lawyer, you all sign legally, you all can decide if things fall through, or the law finish, you all cannot make it again, or you agree on a way forward how all you go to maintain each other. I think that's a very progressive and proactive move for this act and applaud the crafted for that. So, Mr. Speaker, as I end, I just want to say that the bill is very timely, and we as a government, we are working towards building a more equitable and just society. So, without reservation, Mr. Speaker, I give 100% support to this bill. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, permit me to thank this House for what I deem to be quite constructive debate on this most important issue. In the spirit of gratitude, let me also, just like the Honorable Prime Minister, thank many people, many key stakeholders who worked hard, diligently in helping to get us to this most important juncture. And I refer to people like Speaker Emerita, and I am also very pleased by the announcement, the pronouncement by the Honorable Prime Minister too, to recognize people like Martin Anthony and Gloria Augustus during our upcoming independence celebrations later this year. And also Eva McIntyre Roach of blessed memory, and many of our staff of our soon-to-be social services department who are here and who have contributed, like Mrs. Azil Lewis and Mrs. Stedman and so on. We are all in gratitude to their hard work, and the AG's office and the steadfast, solid leadership from Honorable Blackmore through his chairing of the Cabinet Committee. So we are all in gratitude to them. And finally, but most importantly, also to the Honorable Prime Minister for always keeping the focus, the spotlight on issues related to social justice for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker. We as a nation, as a country, have benefited tremendously for that, Mr. Speaker. By way of objects and reasons, this bill speaks to provide for the maintenance of spouses and parents and for connected and incidental matters. This is really a reflection coming to be in a bold action to right long-standing social injustices, Mr. Speaker. There's no question that there are some parents in our society who have not fulfilled their obligations, but to a large measure, many parents, most parents in my view, have done over and beyond, Mr. Speaker, in fulfilling their obligations of compassion, love, time, and financing the futures of their children to provide the best chances and opportunities to them, Mr. Speaker. The basic honor that any committed parent can receive in their golden years is very likely dignity, and this bill ensures that the obligations of maintenance are met. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to, in this case, not parents and grandparents, but those within the blessed bounds of relationships, Mr. Speaker, many of us remember the good old days when the courtship probably first started, wherever that may be, back in the day by Warehouse, right now maybe by Petit Miami, and many other places, whether in school, church, the library, wherever. We remember that, and falling in love, and maybe the wedding, Mr. Speaker. And it was in school PM. And for many, consummation, other things. But Mr. Speaker, we often don't spend a lot of time in reflection on the work that is required to maintain the marriage, Mr. Speaker. And many times, we sometimes don't reflect either on how much that is put in, the undocumented parts and aspects, the work that is unpaid, what is not qualified or even overtly forgotten, Mr. Speaker. And we often forget, Mr. Speaker, the social contract, and legal also, after we sign that document, and we forget sometimes, for better or for worse, in sickness and health, till death do us part, Mr. Speaker. And with marriage comes, and in the case of this bill, Mr. Speaker, the common law relationships, comes the expectation of security. And too many times we have seen families being destroyed in our society even before divorce or separation by way of punitive actions for what's defined as the spouse. And this bill therefore seeks, Mr. Speaker, to minimize any unfair economic effects of divorce to non-wage or lower wage earning spouses, Mr. Speaker. And it's important that we must right these wrongs. And this, Mr. Speaker, in large measure, is what this bill seeks to address. I think enough has been said, Mr. Speaker, on this very important topic and issue. And with that, I conclude. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. if we pass the committee stage with minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So, the question is that clauses, well, maybe I should ask the question first, that would like a decision from the whole House to either group the clauses and then we'll go to each section with the amendment one by one. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 9 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Maintenance Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Domestic Violence Act 2023.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before this honorable House to present the final bill, the Domestic Violence Bill, in keeping with our government's mandate for the adoption of new legislation that govern the protection and well-being of the vulnerable population. Mr. Speaker, the physical, sexual, psychological, and emotional abuse inflicted upon our people cut across class, income, age, cultural divides, infringing on and compromising their fundamental rights and freedoms. The inherent fear and insecurity resulting from domestic violence often constrains freedom. It limits participation in activities, access to resources, and in addition to this suffocation, the victims, and I speak to those who have survived, face social stigma, which compounds the harm already done. Mr. Speaker, the Domestic Violence Bill seeks to provide greater protection for victims of domestic violence and to make provision for granting of protection orders and for related matters. Domestic violence is a serious crime in our society. We have witnessed firsthand that domestic violence has devastating consequences for victims, their families and friends, and even the wider community. As a result, a wide cross-sector of stakeholders was engaged for consultation, both locally and regionally, with discussions commencing as far back as 2002. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am satisfied that these collective clauses represent the metamorphosis of social and legal protections for the domestic violence victims that are congruent with the new sensibilities of this progressive administration. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore proud, I stand here proud today to be part of a government which on this day will surely be remembered, Mr. Speaker, for the hope that it brings for the better equity, the better structure and actions, Mr. Speaker, by way of this bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence as I go through the various clauses. Clause 2 defines the words and phrases to be used throughout the bill. The term domestic violence is defined as any controlling or abusive behavior, conduct, or act that harms, injures, or endangers the health, safety, life, limb, or well-being, whether mental or physical, of a person or any child, and includes physical abuse or threats of physical abuse, sexual abuse, or threats of sexual abuse, emotional, verbal, or psychological abuse, coercion, molestation, arbitrary deprivation of liberty, or forced confinement, economic abuse, intimidation, harassment, stalking, including cyber-stalking, damage to applicants' residence without consent where the parties do not share the same residence. Clause 3 of the bill prohibits the conduct that constitutes domestic violence, and Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, gives the police officer, upon arrival at the scene of an incident of domestic violence, a duty to inform the victim and the perpetrator of his or her rights. Mr. Speaker, considering the urgent need to respond to domestic violence matters and the possible risk of physical and mental injuries, as well as the possibility of hospitalization, swift response from the police can in some cases prevent the escalation of domestic violence incidences and prevent further injury. Clause 5 of the bill provides for an arrest by a police officer without a warrant, subject to Clause 23. The bill provides that a police officer may, without a warrant, arrest any person at the scene of an incident of domestic violence whom he or she reasonably suspects of having committed an offense containing an act of domestic violence. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, what entailed previously, Mr. Speaker? Under Section 28 of the current Act, the magistrate has to first issue a warrant where he is satisfied by information or oath. Mr. Speaker, Section 29 of the existing Act, Act number 22, then states that for the avoidance of doubt, a police may act in accordance with the provisions of the Criminal Law and Procedure Act, where he has reasonable cause to believe that a person is engaging in or attempting to engage in conduct which amounts to physical violence. There still lies, Mr. Speaker, a few understandable and inherent challenges, Mr. Speaker, which this new bill seeks to address. The new bill spells clearly how an officer can respond to incidents of domestic violence and doesn't send the officer on an exercise to see what an already existing act may say, Mr. Speaker, and in this case, I refer to the Criminal Law and Procedures Act. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, based on the new definition, domestic violence is much more than merely physical violence, so a police officer can now respond to more instances of abuse based on the newly proposed, broader definition proposed, Mr. Speaker. Clause 6 of the new bill provides for particular safeguards in relation to the definition of a child. This is necessary because our children who are exposed to the festering scourge of domestic violence are often left with profound physical and emotional scars discrepant to their trust of society. Clauses 7 to 21 in Part 2 of the bill provides for protection orders. By way of Clause 7, Mr. Speaker, an application for protection order may be brought on behalf of a victim by any person, including a police officer or an approved social worker who has a material interest in the well-being of the victim. Domestic violence is a social issue, not only a victim issue, Mr. Speaker. And this clause allows for protection of a victim even when he or she may still be vulnerable. Clause 8 provides for the court to issue an interim protection order which must be issued ex parte, pending the hearing and determination of the proceedings for a protection order if it appears necessary to do so in order to ensure the safety and protection of the applicant. By virtue of subclause 6 of clause 8, an interim order may be made for such period as the court considers necessary, but such period must not exceed 28 days. And by virtue of subclause 7 of clause 8, an interim protection order is automatically extended for a period of 15 days if the court is unable to hear and determine the proceedings before the expiry of the period in subsection 6. Mr. Speaker, all these measures are aimed at empowering victims of domestic abuse with access to care and much needed protection, as well as support services under the law. Clause 9 of the bill makes provisions for the terms of a protection order, and Clause 10 provides for the matters to be considered by the court in determining whether or not to impose one or more of the prohibitions specified in Clause 9. Clause 11 would require the respondent to provide an undertaking given on oath that the respondent shall not engage in conduct specified in the application for protection order or any other conduct that constitutes domestic violence. The provisions regarding seizure of firearms and dangerous weapons in domestic violence situations is contained in Clause 12. The court may make an order directing a police officer to seize any firearms or dangerous weapon in possession of the respondent if the affidavit made under Section 7.7 contains information to the effect that the respondent has threatened or expressed the intention to kill or injure a person in domestic relationship or possession of the firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon. It is not in the best interest of the respondent. Clause 13 makes provision for the service of notice of proceeding. Clause 14 for service other than personal service, and Clause 15 provides for the filing of affidavits. Clause 16 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, makes provision for the court to issue a final protection order, and this order will be for a period as the court considers necessary, but shall not exceed 3 years. By virtue of Clause 17, where the court proposes to make an interim protection order or final protection order, and the respondent is before the court has the duty to explain to the respondent the nature, terms, and consequences of the order. Mr. Speaker, by virtue of Clause 18, the respondent shall not be bound by a final protection order unless he or she has notice of the order. Clause 19 provides for variation and revocation of an interim protection order or a final protection order. Clause 20 makes provision for the service of a protection order, and Clause 21 makes provision for the enforcement of interim protection order and the final protection order, and provides a penalty for the breach of any such order. Mr. Speaker, Part 3 of the Domestic Violence Bill provides for police powers of entry and arrest and contains clauses 22 through 28. Clause 22 makes it mandatory for a police officer to respond to every complaint or report alleging domestic violence, whether or not the person making the complaint or report is the victim. The police officer also, pursuant to the provisions of this clause, has a duty to complete a domestic violence report, which forms part of the domestic violence register, to be maintained by the Bureau of Gender Affairs in the prescribed manner. Mr. Speaker, Clause 23 of the bill provides for the issue of a warrant of arrest, and Clause 24 makes provision for the powers of a police officer to arrest even without a warrant. Clause 25 places a duty of a police officer who has entered the premises pursuant to Clauses 5, 23, and 24(1) to assist the victim of domestic violence, whilst Clause 26 provides for a warrant of arrest and procedure upon arrest of a respondent where the court issues an interim protection order. Clause 27 provides for the powers of arrest where a final protection order is in force. If a final protection order is in force and the police officer believes on reasonable grounds that the respondent has committed or is committing a breach of the final protection order, the police officer may arrest and detain the respondent without a warrant. Clause 28 makes provisions for the existing criminal law to apply in relation to offenses committed under this bill. Mr. Speaker, Part 4, Clauses 29 through 42 provide for miscellaneous provisions. Clause 29 provides for the conduct of proceedings and details the people who may be present during the hearing of any proceedings, and does not limit any other power of the court to hear proceedings in camera or to exclude any person from the court. Under Clause 30, which speaks to evidence in a proceedings pursuant to the bill, other than criminal proceedings, the court may receive such evidence as it thinks fit, wherever it is otherwise admissible in a court of law. And Clause 31 provides for the standard of proof whereby a question of fact arising in the proceedings under this act, other than in criminal proceedings, shall be decided on a balance of probabilities. Clause 32 provides for the restriction of publication of reports. However, Clause 33 provides for orders to be made with the consent of the parties to a proceeding. The provision for appeals is provided for in Clause 34. A person aggrieved by an order of the court or the refusal of the court to make an order may within 28 days after the decision of the court appeal to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, Clause 35 makes provision for the protection of mortgages. This section provides for the rights conferred on a person in respect of any property to be subjected to the rights of a person entitled to the benefit of any mortgage, security, charge, or encumbrance affecting the property under certain conditions. Clause 36 provides for rules of the court to be made by the Chief Justice, whilst 37 provides for property rights, which states that this act shall not be constructed as altering the rights of a spouse in respect to ownership of any real, personal, movable, or immovable property. Clause 38 places an obligation on a specified group of persons to provide notification of domestic violence of children, notwithstanding the provisions of any other law. However, a person referred to in the specified group of persons is not liable in respect of any notification given in good faith under this section. Mr. Speaker, Clause 39 makes provision for bail with several areas to be considered if the court is required to determine whether to grant bail in respect of an offense committed under this act. These include the need to protect the applicant from domestic violence, the welfare of a child or dependent, any hardship that may be caused to the respondent or other members of the family if bail is not granted, among others. Clause 40 makes provision for offenses and penalties, and 41 makes provision for regulations which the minister may make, while Clause 42 provides for repeal. Mr. Speaker, let us be reminded that domestic violence is a pervasive issue and is more widespread than what's reported within the public domain. Too many people remain silent while victims face ongoing physical, mental, and emotional abuse. Our communities and society have not been spared the impact of domestic violence. We not only have the physical scars of domestic violence, but also the mental and emotional scars of the victims and their families. Their well-being and long-term prospects for productivity and success are often compromised. The domestic violence bill presented considers that domestic violence is a violation of human rights and puts power in the hands of the vulnerable to change their circumstances and protect their families and their future. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that this legislation will not only provide the necessary protections and recourse for the various victims, but it will also serve as a deterrent to would-be offenders. Mr. Speaker, with this much, I commend this bill to this honorable House for debate.
The bill is before the House for debate. Yes, Honorable Blanchard, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to use this side of the table as my microphone isn't working, please, and permission to refer to my notes as well.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the Domestic Violence Act currently before the House. Mr. Speaker, at the onset, while I wish to give particular focus to the Domestic Violence Act, please allow me to note that in general, the 5 family bills introduced to Parliament today are a true reflection of this government's ongoing efforts and commitments to create an enabling, safe, and conducive environment for families to thrive. Mr. Speaker, who amongst us can doubt that? I dare to say no one can, because Labour is working. This Labour Party government has a track record, or rather, scratch, Mr. Speaker, I should say, this Labour Party government, we have an unbeaten track record of caring and protecting the vulnerable in every imaginable way. So, Mr. Speaker, it is no surprise that this Labour government is presenting these pieces of legislation before this Honourable House that are a sure way to strengthen our communities and empower our women, men, yes, our men, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable persons with access to protective services and security under the law. And one may ask, why is this no surprise? And the answer is simple, because this is what this great Dominica Labour Party stands for, and this is what we are about. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the legislation will provide our citizens with clearer options for recourse according to law when they are faced with challenges to their well-being and attempts to undermine and deny them of their rights. Yes, Labour government is ensuring that our people, all residents of Dominica who are wronged, can find remedies under the law. Mr. Speaker, I too am proud to be part of a government which considers the comfort and safety of all citizens at all times and is continually making and seeking ways to enhance the lives of the people that we serve. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but somehow as I said this, you know what song came to mind? Labour's still the best choice. Mr. Speaker, I will now focus my brief comments on the domestic violence bill, which I must say is a most timely and relevant piece of legislation. For sure, the completion of these family bills couldn't come at a better time when there is a clear societal need to curb acts of domestic violence in this our beautiful island. Domestic violence is an all too familiar societal ill which must be stamped out. It is an abhorrent crime perpetrated on victims and their families by those we expect to love and care for them. The bill before the House aims to protect and support victims, hold perpetrators accountable, and promote rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, for instance, when a woman's life is snubbed out in the prime of her life, what happens to her children? What happens to the family unit? How do those affected continue on to become productive members of our society if they do not have the right support systems? There is no doubt that the cost of domestic violence for victims and the society at large is immeasurable, and the mental and physical effects can last a lifetime. It can be a burden on our social system, and in ways not always obvious, can impact the development of a nation. Yet, despite its far-reaching consequences on families and communities, domestic violence in some circles, sadly, are typical and unaccepted behavior. There are indications that it is more widespread than we care to admit, deeply ingrained, and has serious impacts on our women's health and their well-being. In short, Mr. Speaker, it undermines the social, economic, psychological, spiritual, and emotional well-being of the victims. We believe that violence against women is a violation of basic human rights that can be eliminated through political will. And this measure sends the loudest message that this government has the political will to eliminate this from our society. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this domestic violence bill, once enacted, will save lives. Mr. Speaker, the onus is on all of us, every single member of society, to acknowledge the magnitude of the problem and commit to making a change. We have an opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of those affected by domestic violence. By passing this bill, we are sending a clear message to our people that we are committed to addressing this pervasive issue. We owe it to the victims and their families who have most recently suffered the devastating effects of domestic violence, and to those who continue to suffer in silence. We have a moral and ethical duty to protect them, to make our society a safer place for them, free of the horrors of domestic violence. And being more specific, Mr. Speaker, I note that this bill today is being debated on the heels of two gruesome acts in December 2022, mere hours apart. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that everyone at the sound of my voice can clearly recall the sad and horrifying news on December 30th, 2022 of a gruesome act of domestic violence. Our nation was left stunned when a young medical doctor in training, living in my community, Goodwill, was cut down in the prime of her life by her partner. In that same incident, her daughter was also attacked and left traumatized. Mere hours later, a similar incident was reported in the Rosa Valley when another strong, hard-working woman lost her life in a similar manner. In both cases, Mr. Speaker, I was struck by the inevitable trauma and pain that was inflicted upon the surviving children and the rest of their respective families. While I do not intend, Mr. Speaker, to dwell on those two events that I just referenced, I must pause to reflect on the loss of the two young lives. Mr. Speaker, they were someone's sister, a mother, a daughter, a cousin, a relative, a friend, gone too soon, where they both rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that the passing of this legislation will be a record of victory for their children, that another mother will not have to succumb in such a manner. Mr. Speaker, this bill can be considered retributive for an untold amount of domestic violence victims. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence is real, and this government is taking the bold step to address it. Mr. Speaker, I'm a realist. I know that the passing of this bill in itself will not permanently halt the practice of domestic violence, but I am confident that it will serve as a deterrent to perpetrators, and more importantly, I am confident that this legislation sends a loud and clear message to all and sundry that this Labour government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, is very serious about the protection and well-being of our beloved citizens, men, I'm even calling their names first, men, women, and children, and will not tolerate any forms of abuse of this, our pride resource. Mr. Speaker, during a further review of the bill, I noted that Part 3 of the Domestic Violence Act addresses what is considered to be a gap in the ability of the police to adequately respond to reports of cases of domestic violence, whether or not the person making the report was a victim. The beauty of this section of the Act is that the police officer is empowered to act once a report is received, and there is no doubt in my mind that such interventions by a police officer can and will avert the escalation of some situations. Mr. Speaker, I have a few more written, but I think Honorable Laville, and in the interest of time, did an excellent job taking us clause by clause. So I'm going to jump to this. I am happy to note, Mr. Speaker, that with this legislation, the government of Dominica is proposing a more effective response to domestic violence. We are addressing the immediate, practical needs of persons, men and women, experiencing abuse, providing long-term follow-up and assistance, and focusing on changing attitudes and legal provisions to promote protections for all, so that every person can enjoy their full human rights and freedoms. As I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, through you, I wish to say to the good people of the Roseau North constituency that your Labour Party government, this Labour Party government, we got your back. We are working for you on a number of fronts, including through this legislation, the suite of family bills, which are all aimed at improving your living standards and securing a better life for you. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to give a quick shout out to my dear constituents again, especially the single moms and the single dads, Mr. Speaker. I have a few single dads. I had a very interesting experience with one just a few days ago. And all he was a single dad. And all he was interested in was the well-being of his children. Mr. Speaker, a number of them, they are all doing their best to care for their children with little or no support from the other partner. And to them I say, these family laws are exactly what some of you have been asking for. Be assured that the new structures within the government system and the welfare department and the police will go a long way to ensure the effective implementation of these laws. Certainly a positive development in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I again wish to express my full support to this domestic act being debated before the House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister.
Just 2 minutes. I stand to indicate my fullest support to this bill before us, the domestic violence bill. Just to say, Mr. Speaker, that the existing domestic violence act contains most of the provisions in this current bill. We're seeking to address the observations of the various publics on what we can do to better investigate, better report, and to ensure that actions that the court has demanded are implemented, and so that there's not a repeat and there is not a causing of the victims of domestic violence to live a life of continual fear, that the matter will be dealt with in its absolute state, and to ensure that there's proper recording of it. So if you look at section clause 24, this new provision there provides the police with added authority to be able to enter onto a premises without a warrant if he or she believes that there is someone who is in danger because of domestic violence misunderstanding. So this is a very, I think it's a modern piece of legislation. It is really updating our circumstance and to address our circumstance. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, as we've all agreed, legislation is put in place to sort of control our behavior or to give us a guide as to how we should conduct ourselves in a society. But it by itself will not put an end to this unwarranted situation in our country. It requires a societal response. Every one of us must play our part. And those of us who have been or who want to advocate against domestic violence must not do so only when an incident happens. We must engage ourselves in continuous advocacy, continuous education, so that the entire society, from school children all the way up to adults, understand our roles as individuals, understand what we need to look for as signs of domestic violence, and how do we go about reporting it, and to whom, so that we can prevent or put an end to any incidents of domestic violence. But this is certainly, this will put a number of different groups in society to sleep much better at night, knowing that the legislation has been updated, knowing that the legislation has attempted to fill the gaps that have been identified in the existing legislation, and knowing that those who are charged with the responsibility of protecting us in the society and providing support, psychological and social support, they have now a very strong piece of legislation. This is not targeting an individual or any groups of individuals. It is seeking to ensure that every one of us in society can live a peaceable life without any fear of our own safety and our well-being, and indeed our entire families. And so this piece of legislation is timely, and with the new structure that we put in place in the social services department, strengthening the social services, ensuring that we have more staff with the requisite skills and qualifications to complement the staff that already exists, the creation of the special unit, subunit within the Criminal Investigation Department, whose sole responsibility is to investigate cases of domestic and child abuse cases. That will be their sole responsibility. They won't be involved in any other investigations, no vehicular accidents or any other activities, solely to investigate child abuse and domestic violence cases. Those police officers will be given the training. There'll be a symbiotic relationship between the social services department and the police and all the welfare officers, so that we have a clear understanding of the reporting and the working together, so that we can bring an end to this unfortunate circumstance in our society. So I want to again express my thanks to all who have played their part in ensuring that we're here today. But at the end of the day, if we're against domestic violence, we must be against it. Not choose when we should show our heads as advocates. And this is not something that any one of us in society should play politics with. This is too important a matter for us to scandalize it on social media, scandalize it on talk shows. This is not a time for us to cause victims to believe that they're perpetrators. No, this is not a time for us to cause perpetrators to believe that they're victims. No, we have to ensure that the victims of domestic violence are given the support that they need, and not to scandalize this thing, because this do not only affect those who are directly impacted on the domestic violence, but it also impacts the children and families and indeed the entire community. Because if somebody dies in the village, everyone in that village is impacted from a psychological, emotional standpoint. And so let us hope that the spirit, the intent of this legislation permeates the society, and all of us recognize that this is not about pointing the finger, it's about us working together, joining hands, and creating a ring around our society, so that there is no presence of domestic violence. And if there is, then we need to intervene. We can no longer, as a society, know something is wrong, don't say anything is wrong. Somebody gets killed, and then all of us cry. It doesn't make sense, when we could have prevented that situation from happening and have it reported. And again, with the special unit within the CID, ensuring that the out-district police officers have basic knowledge of what they need to do and who they should report this matter to within the police service. All of these things we have to work on. So the legislation there is going to be critical, but we have to ensure that those necessary elements are in place. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, finally, we did not wait for the passage of the bill to approve the new structure for the Social Services Department. Because we wanted to ensure that once we pass this legislation, then we can roll in the new structure. And this structure, Mr. Speaker, I believe will cost the Treasury annually, on top, just for the new positions, about $400,000. That's just for the Social Services Department. And his money is, I believe, that will be well spent if it can work properly, work to achieve the intentions of it, the objectives of it. I believe it can play a crucial role in reducing the incidence of domestic violence in Dominica. But for us to get rid of domestic violence entirely, all of us must play our part. All of us must play our part, and to ensure that we give the support to this. I believe going forward, the other thing that we need to ensure that we put in place, and if it means that we have to rent facilities in the meantime while we construct built-for-purpose facilities, is safe homes. I know through the Welfare Department, we provide rental support to families and so forth, but sometimes those homes are not comfortable enough and is not in an area that we would like it to be. You know, it can be accessible, and sometimes those persons, even if we have moved them into a different village, people find them and they come to harass them. So we need to create a special facility, not to make them feel that they're in a prison or anything but to give them the comfort at night that they're in a safe place and they're properly provided for. So I think while we have been providing rental income support to those families and financial support to those families and so forth, I think we need to look at maybe identifying some proper and better facilities, and so we can rent out, have it there at the disposal of the Welfare Department, so that if there are instances, we're hoping that there will not be, but if there are instances and cases of domestic violence, then there's better accommodation for them. But I believe in the long term, or the medium to long term, the state should really look at building some facilities in different parts of the country at the disposal of the Welfare Department, Social Services Department, in the event that those situations happen, that those victims and victims is not only to one gender, you know, it is across genders and so forth. And so we're talking about the society, but it's going to require us to not create this euphoria when something happens, and then when it subsides, the impact subsides, then we behave as nothing is wrong in the society. There must be continuous education, and this is why I've been advocating, Mr. Speaker. I've been advocating very strongly with regards to education reform. You know, we have to ensure that all of those elements, our children are exposed to them very early, understand the need to respect each other and to allow each other to speak freely, and how we go about resolving conflicts, how we go about resolving differences among ourselves, that there are ways other than physical and emotional abuse that we can get things resolved. And so we have to start it from now in order for us to stymie the incidence of domestic violence by capturing this young generation of children, so that they grow up in a manner better understanding the need to work together and to resolve issues and problems among ourselves in a peaceful, respectful, non-physical, non-emotional, negative emotional way, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank you and again commend the bill and to recognize the efforts and the leadership of Minister Laville and of course Minister Dr. Williams. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Reid.
I thought the Honorable Prime Minister, he told me to throw my speech away so he could take it and say it. Stole my speech. Okay, PM, I forgive you. There's one thing though I noted in the bill that I found was a bit ambiguous, that I have here in my presentation for Schedule 1, where we spoke about, one second, clause Oh, there it is, okay. Part 1, clause number 4, where we spoke about in section B, well, after 4, where we spoke about 1, a police officer at the scene of an incident of domestic violence, or when the incident of domestic violence is reported shall A, inform the victim of his or her rights in the manner as stated in Schedule 1, and B, deliver to the victim a printed copy of the information related to the rights of the victim under paragraph A as soon as possible thereafter. I find that to be a bit ambiguous because in Schedule 1, we see here that everything is already laid out. So I stand to be corrected. Can the police officer just take this with him when he's going on the scene of the, because it says as soon as possible. As soon as possible for me could not be the same thing as soon as possible for you. So I think that we need to be specific here in terms of walking with the document to the scene, and immediately when you interact with the victim and the, I guess, the perpetrator, that you will already hand them the information to victim and applicant regarding his or her rights. Because as soon as possible, I interpret it to be when the officer believes is as soon as possible and not really at the actual time. So that's one of the things I noted here in the bill that I found to be a bit inexact.
We are fully debate process, so are you saying a point of order? Because when we reach committee stage, we can discuss. But yes, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought Honorable Charles, bye.
Discuss it in committee stage.
Yes, agreed.
Okay?
Thank you.
That's fine.
Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Yes, Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill before the House for debate is the Domestic Violence Act. And, Mr. Speaker, I was a bit surprised that you allowed my childhood friend from the 80s, the Member of Parliament for Roseau North, Honorable Blanchard. I noticed that you allowed us some latitude in her presentation. She spent a good 4 or 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, where she said, among other things, that this government has a track record in helping the vulnerable in every conceivable way. Mr. Speaker, trust me, Mr. Speaker, I have enough material to destroy and brick by brick what you just said. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that you won't allow me that latitude. But I certainly the evidence and the facts are there that if anything, what has happened in the last 23 years or so is that the social programs that have been developed by this government have in large part been developed as a result of the poverty this government has created. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move on from here. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this bill before the House is a bill that I support, and all of us, I think, in this House support wholeheartedly. And I believe in many respects the present bill addresses many of the shortcomings of the previous act. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem in Dominica with domestic violence, a real problem. And Mr. Speaker, somebody has just stooped, but anyway, I'll pretend I did not hear that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a major issue in Dominica of domestic violence, where we have our young men, for the most part, are not able to control their emotions. And reading through the provisions of this bill, I see really that there are measures in place and provisions that will deal with men who fail to control their emotions and their behavior. And of course, there are instances, very rare, where you have men who are abused, but in the most part, it's women who have been abused. And so I welcome fully this bill at this time. It's long overdue. I welcome it. Mr. Prime Minister, I was very heartened to hear, because there was no mention of it in the bill, that this government is contemplating the erection of shelters, or I think you call it safe homes. I believe that this is something that we need to fast track, because this bill is coming into effect, subject of course to the regulations being put in place almost soon thereafter. And we really need to have the safe houses. There are too many women in this country who they live in fear and they need somewhere to go. And even after we pass this bill and the regulations have been put in place, as we speak, they have nowhere to go. And so I'm hoping that in the budget coming up later in July, whenever it's delivered, that provision will be made in the budget for the construction of shelters, at least one or two in the first instance. Mr. Speaker, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe at the moment that there is a hotline that victims of domestic violence can call, certainly on a 24-hour basis, if and when they find themselves in difficulty. And that is something I believe we need to ensure, that we have a 24-hour hotline to deal with victims of domestic violence. This is very serious. People have to feel that they can call at any time of the day or night, especially at night. And so I'm really hoping that it shouldn't take long, really, that we can set up a hotline so that persons who find themselves in difficulty are able to call this hotline and get in touch with people who can help. Of course, this bill, what comes with it, of course, is the extra costs involved in staffing the various government departments and divisions. And I note the Prime Minister, he gave a figure of $400,000 to start. I'm sure it'll increase as time goes on. But the cost implications, and it's indeed very, it's quite a lot. But I certainly applaud the government for taking the decision, even before this bill has been enacted, to allocate resources to strengthen the various government departments to make the provisions in this bill actually work. So, Mr. Speaker, I think generally there's no, as I said in the previous bill I spoke on, the bill is pretty much straightforward, like the previous bills, bold, forward-thinking. The key really for me now, and for all of us, is that the victims of domestic violence can feel, and persons who are vulnerable, that there's something in place to deal with their problems. I'm not saying there aren't any provisions right now, but I feel that this bill helps and contributes in making Dominica a safer place, and persons who are vulnerable, I think they can breathe a sigh of relief that here in this Parliament we're going to introduce a bill which will be passed into law, which will make Dominica a safer place. And it sends a clear message. This sends a very clear message to persons who seek to intimidate and harass and attack vulnerable women and children, for the most part, that you have provisions, you have laws that will prevent those things from happening. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support in full the Domestic Violence Act. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, very short, very short. We will ask the leader on to get rid of the notes, and I think the Honorable Prime Minister understood why he asked us to do that, because he recognized that there were not many more things that we would disagree on, and there are not many more things to disagree on. Not very often that I agree with you, but on this issue I do. Yeah, we understand. Say that again? But no, I appreciate the presentation. I want to commend the Minister of Health for the work that has been done and all of the individuals who have come together in putting these pieces of legislation together. It's by no doubt a landmark piece of legislation. But there are only two things that I'd like to focus on, and not very long at all. But it's prevention, rehabilitation, and addressing our young people. I think hurting people hurt people, and the first people that they're going to hurt are the people closest to them. There are several reasons, and of course, like the Prime Minister mentioned, one piece of legislation cannot address everything and cannot address all the cross-cutting sectors and address all the issues. It's too much to ask one piece of legislation to do. You would never finish writing it. But you have to, we have to, maybe in an amendment or in future legislation, go deeper, and with the support of our community and our community organizations, go deeper in addressing root causes that are causing people to hurt and causing them to hurt other people. Sometimes we look at issues, and often we look at the surface of it. But I think the wherewithal, if we take it on and we go deeper and address some of the core root issues, it will help our community to go a longer way in terms of solving, curbing, maybe reducing violence, and particularly domestic violence. On the issue of our young people, I think, again, looking out for them, providing homes, and creating the education reform that the Prime Minister spoke about is critical. But one of the things that I think we can pay some emphasis in revitalizing is our vocational skills for our young people who are falling through the academic cracks. I think if we continue to allow young people to care for themselves better, and people who are able to care for themselves and fend for themselves and insulate themselves against economic violence, are able to get themselves more gainfully involved and occupied and less vulnerable to crime, particularly violent crime. Mr. Speaker, there's not much more to say. I think a lot of it has already been said. To see that we support the bill, look forward to its implementation, is an understatement, because we all do, because like Prime Minister mentioned, again, this is a pervasive issue that affects every one of us. So with these short few words, I'd like to pledge our support to this bill and look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sean Douglas may attempt to paint the truth with 1,000 bristles of convenience, but he will never get the true image that the Labour Party stands for, Mr. Speaker. And one day, not today, Mr. Speaker, because today is about domestic violence, I will rescue him from the illusions that he sees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Prime Minister quite expertly handled the winding up So, and this is something, if you witness closely and you looked at body language and you looked at passion, Mr. Speaker, you would see that this passion in delivery from our leader, Mr. Speaker, is passion that's commensurate with purpose, something that he has been doing for quite a long time. But that passion never wins, Mr. Speaker. So I am absolutely honored to be led by someone with that passion and fulfillment of purpose. Mr. Speaker, permit me through you to speak to the hearts, the minds, the souls of victims of domestic violence, Mr. Speaker. I wish to say that through our eyes, Mr. Speaker, we see their pain, we identify with many of their challenges, Mr. Speaker. And by these bold actions, through this bill, through these legislations, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that in a very serious way, we are making things better for them. We are addressing their pain. At this point, Mr. Speaker, seeing that so much has been said, and I wish to thank the House for the largely constructive discussion and debate, Mr. Speaker, I wish to plead passionately to the wider public, Mr. Speaker, on issues as it relates to domestic violence. No longer should the words come from our lips that I love her, that is why I beat her. Or he has to beat me to show that he loves me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to move on from these types of words and sensibilities, Mr. Speaker, and come into the new age. And while, Mr. Speaker, these bills have a lot of serious actions within them, Mr. Speaker, it provides tremendous recourse and it fills the gaps from the existing legislation, Mr. Speaker. The onus is on us in the society, Mr. Speaker, to protect our boys and girls, our women and children, our spouses and so on from the ills of this domestic violence ill that pervades and permeates through our communities, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I wish to say that in our local parlance, we often say, monkey know which tree to climb, Mr. Speaker. So with that being said, I hope Monkey can read, Mr. Speaker. And I implore, I indulge, Mr. Speaker, that Monkey reads this bill and tomorrow Monkey can ask itself whether or not it wishes to climb that tree. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I conclude. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Domestic Violence Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill now stands to a committee of the whole House. On the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Domestic Violence Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Domestic Violence Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned. Sine die.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say, madam.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned sine die.